Chapter 2078. The warm spring water wrapped around their bodies. Wu Qianqian closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at the person in front of her. Since it's already, then let's sigh. The next moment, she felt Chu Yang's warm hands roaming around her body, gently scrubbing her from head to toe, her neck, her shoulders, her soft breasts, her lower abdomen, her perky buttocks, her thighs. There was nothing that he did not touch. Chu Yang did not miss a single spot. His movements were gentle and skillful. Wu Qianqian only felt her heart beating wildly. For a moment, she felt a little dizzy. After a long while, she suddenly felt a surge of tenderness. Looking at Chu Yang's skillful movements, it was obvious that he had done it more than once, or even more than a dozen times. Could it be that he had done it more than 100 times? She thought about how she had been unconscious, like a corpse, and how Chu Yang had taken care of her for 2 whole years. Chu Yang had been so meticulous and considerate. In this world, who else could be like Chu Yang, who had taken care of a living corpse for 2 whole years without the slightest bit of disdain? Wu Qianqian's heart was filled with an indescribable tenderness. She was also touched. Although she was still embarrassed, her heart had calmed down a lot. At this moment, she felt Chu Yang's hands suddenly stop. He had finished washing. Then his hands slid to her chest, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Then he gently held her breasts. This action was very different from the previous bathing. The feeling was completely different. Chu Yang's hands were not only holding her breasts, but they were also moving gently. Although Wu Qianqian closed her eyes, she could imagine that Chu Yang had played with her breasts until they were out of shape. A pair of warm lips pressed against her ear. Wu Qianqian's body suddenly trembled. She only felt her earlobe being held by those warm lips. In an instant, her whole body convulsed and trembled. She only heard Chu Yang softly say, "Senior Sister Wu, be my woman, okay?" Wu Qianqian suddenly hid her head in Chu Yang's bosom. She was trembling like a frightened quail. She could feel a strange feeling rising in her body. It was strange, but there was also a faint expectation. With a splash, Chu Yang stepped out of the bathtub with Wu Qianqian in his arms. His hands held Senior Martial Sister Wu's soft and supple buttocks. His chin gently lifted Wu Qianqian's small head and sucked on Wu Qianqian's red lips. Although Wu Qianqian loved a certain someone very much, she had never experienced such a fiery scene. She was just about to scream when she felt a soft tongue entering her mouth. In that instant, my soul flew out of my body and I no longer knew what day it was. When she woke up again, she didn't know when Chu Yang had placed her on the bed. Then, she felt Chu Yang leaning on her body and whispering in her ear. Qianqian, Wu Qianqian closed her eyes and blushed. Then, she nodded her head imperceptibly. At this moment, Tai Batian was calculating the strength of the Chu clan in her room so that she could make further plans. Since the 3 Saber Saints joined the Chu clan, the strength of the Chu clan had increased significantly. In addition, there was Duan Sankong who was about to recover his strength. Something was fishy. Chu Yang, if such strength was placed in Purple Cloud City 2 months ago, it would have been enough to dominate. But now, it was far from enough to protect itself. The Miao clan can be a potential ally, but a single Miao clan is still not enough. Chu Yang is trying his best to find a way out for these children. Pushing out a sect is equivalent to gaining the friendship of this sect. This is also a potential network. It can't be underestimated. It needs to be managed carefully. But what's going on with this young leader? This time, I can clearly feel the undercurrent surging. It's very dangerous. Tai Batian frowned. Although this situation was almost unsolvable, Tai Batian and Chu Yang were the same. They had walked out from unsolvable situations, so they didn't care much. At least, compared to the time when they fought against Diwu Qingru in the lower 3 heavens, the current situation was much more confident. Well, now the dreamlike secular pavilion and the Ling Shao faction can be said to have no life and death threats. If we can push out another sect, preferably from another world, we can form a mutual restraint. Then it will be more foolproof. It's just that this matter still needs to wait for the right time. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Without raising her head, she said, "Come in." The door opened, and Chu Yang walked in with a smile on his face. He looked very relaxed. "What's wrong? What are you so happy about?" Tai Butian frowned. "Well, I finally did something big today. Your Majesty, you should thank me. I let you and your husband reunite today." Chu Yang winked. "Husband and wife reunite? What do you mean?" Even though Tai Butian was very intelligent, she was still confused by Chu Yang's sudden words. "Well, you still don't understand. Husband and wife reunite means that I have brought you your empress, and she's still alive." Chu Yang laughed. "Chan. She." Tai Butian stood up abruptly. "Where is she? Quickly take me to see her." Wu Qianqian blushed. She lowered her head and walked in slowly. "Chan," Tai Butian cheered. She went around Chu Yang and pounced over at lightning speed. She hugged Wu Qianqian. "The heavens have taken pity on you. You've finally woken up, my poor sister." Wu Qianqian was also very excited. Good friends, comrades in arms, and roommates from back then were finally reunited again. She also felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that they would have to serve the same husband from now on and be different roommates. The two women held hands and talked excitedly. The feelings of reunion after a long separation were overflowing in their words. Chu Yang quietly pushed the door open and walked out. He would leave this space and time completely to these two women. Chu Yang was not very suitable to listen to women's topics. Walking out of the door and into the courtyard, he saw Duan Sankong instructing people to do work. There was also a team of martial artists practicing at the side. These are the people brought over by the giant spirit saber. They've all been assigned to our Chu clan's courtyard. Duan Sankong smiled and explained, "Thunder Wild Saber's people are still on the way. They're relatively far away and will only arrive in about 2 days." "Yes." Chu Yang nodded and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Elder Duan, let me tell you something good. Tonight, let's try to circulate our martial arts. Except for the resurrection grass, all the materials are ready, right?" One could understand the meaning of the song. Duan Sankong's eyes suddenly widened. He was so excited that he almost could not speak. "Lord, could it be that the resurrection grass?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "I told you it's something good. Of course, it's in my hands." Duan Sankong's body trembled violently. He was actually stunned. The greatest wish of his life was about to be fulfilled. From now on, he could completely get rid of the shackles of his old injuries and laugh proudly in the world again. Chu Yang quietly left. Duan Sankong needed to adjust his state of mind. Otherwise, if he were to draw out the saber energy of the infinite, invincible saber in such an agitated state, there was a great chance that Duan Sankong's body would collapse and be completely destroyed. Brother, who? Chu Yang thought for a while and decided to take precautions to eliminate all the hidden dangers at the moment. In the past few days, there had been a faint shadow shrouding his heart. This was an ominous sign. Chu Yang had never doubted this feeling of his. In fact, it was this vigilance that allowed him to avoid many potential dangers. Since he had such a premonition, something was definitely going to happen. And this thing was bound to be very unfavorable to him. "What's the matter?" Brother, who stroked his beard. "I have something to ask of you." Chu Yang said cautiously, "What's the matter? Just say it. With Brother Who around, it won't be difficult." Brother Who took on everything. "It's like this." Chu Yang gestured as he spoke. "No problem, but I have a condition." Brother Who raised his head and said proudly, "What condition? Say it." Chu Yang said. He had long been prepared for Brother Who to take advantage of the situation. "I want 2 pieces of souls of the purple crystal. This isn't a lot." In exchange for my full help, it's worth it. Brother, who was clearly lacking in confidence. Souls of the purple crystal. Chu Yang frowned, looking very hesitant, just as Brother, whose mood had hit rock bottom and he was about to lower the price automatically. Chu Yang suddenly asked, "How many more souls of the purple crystal do you need now to recover your injuries to the maximum limit that the purple crystal's energy can recover?" Brother, who was stunned. Then he said, "How many pieces? Why do I still need 15 pieces? This is the minimum amount. 15 pieces? I'll give you 20 pieces. Use as much as you want." Chu Yang's words caused Brother, who to pass out completely. Recover your strength to the limit that you can recover as soon as possible. Something big is likely to happen in the next few days. Chu Yang's expression was very grave. His voice was also very grave. He already had a premonition that a huge storm could come at any time. Although he didn't know what it was exactly, Chu Yang believed that it was definitely not a small matter. In order to get through this inexplicable crisis, Chu Yang was already sparing no expense. This premonition of crisis gave him too much pressure and too strong. Chu Yang didn't even have any confidence that he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. "No problem." Brother, who cheered and jumped up, his tail wagging wildly. "What level can you reach after swallowing 20 pieces of souls of the purple crystal?" Chu Yang asked cautiously. "At least heavenly man level. This level shouldn't be a problem." Brother, who was full of confidence. "Heavenly man level. If it's enough, it's barely enough. But if the old monsters on the other side attack, then it's still not enough." Chu Yang pondered. "Forget it. You'd better swallow these souls of the purple crystal first before talking about anything else." Chu Yang made up his mind fiercely. If it really didn't work, then he would just smash it with heavy pills. Smash it until he recovered even one more point. "I'm going all out." Chapter 2079. Returning to infinite, boundless mountain. The sword spirit was shocked as soon as he arrived. No, he should have been greatly shocked. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Ever since the sword spirit displayed his might and sealed the death chi, infinite, boundless mountain had been packed with people these days. But now, the entire mountain was empty and the area below was covered with countless corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and the smell of blood spread 500 miles away with the wind. The sword spirit couldn't help but sigh. These people were really murderous, and there were so many people. So many had died, but there were still so many people fighting. What were they trying to do? How could they pass? In the crowd, the black-clothed Wang Dao walked slowly, expressionless, his eyes like a vulture's. Some people who saw him avoided him, afraid that they would be targeted by this killing god. This guy was really too terrifying. Once he attacked, there would be no return without blood. Once he attacked, there would be no exceptions. In just a few days' effort, Wang Dao had already been crowned with an elegant title that even he himself didn't know. Destiny's Blade. Destiny couldn't be defied. Once he attacked, it was destiny that wanted you dead. Death in one slash. Although he had only made his debut for a short time, he had already established a fierce reputation. Under the heaven grade, there was no match for him. At this time, there were still several groups of people fighting with their lives on the mountainside. It was unknown what they were fighting for. Dragging his saber, Wang Dao walked forward coldly, watching the battle with cold eyes. Unexpectedly, when the dozen or so people saw Wang Dao coming over, they immediately screamed and ran away in panic. They didn't even want to fight. Saber of Destiny is here. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone panicked and didn't know where to go, hating their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more legs. Wang Dao's eyes flickered slightly. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary farmer's boy, and anyone could bully him. But now, there were so many people who he could only look up to in awe, running away in panic after seeing him. If he could restart his life, would he choose to continue being that boy, with nothing else to ask for as long as he could reunite with his family? Or would he choose his current life? Wang Dao closed his eyes, shook his head, and waved away this unrealistic question. Holding his saber, he walked away. Wherever he went, the people there would make way for him. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. How awe-inspiring. Well, who is the Blade of Destiny? Was he talking about Wang Dao? What a domineering nickname. Looking down the mountain, he saw that there was originally a very spacious area at the foot of the mountain. Demonic chi filled the sky. It was clear that the demon army from the Heaven Imperial Court had finally arrived. The allure of the ruins was indeed shocking. Even the demon race couldn't resist it. They had crossed several planes to rush over. The members of the demon race were all grotesquely shaped. Some were handsome, some were perfect, and some were extremely ugly. They all went to extremes, with donkeys' lips and horses' mouths, bulls' heads and dogs' faces. As expected, it's a group of demons dancing wildly and bewitching all living beings. The sword spirit shook his head and entered the long sword formed by the sword intent again. In the blink of an eye, the black chi that was gushing out suddenly retracted and returned to its original state of trickling out. Suddenly, a strong wind blew across the sky, blowing away all the chilly aura of death lingering on the mountaintop in just a short while. This sudden change instantly attracted everyone's attention. The chilly aura returned to its original state a few days ago. Such a huge change naturally shocked everyone. They couldn't help but make guesses. Why did it suddenly return to normal? What's going on? Facing this strange change, all the major sects finally reacted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures came to the mountain top like shooting stars. Xue Xian, Hai Bo, and all the other senior experts of the same level landed on the mountaintop at the same time. They were afraid that they would miss out if they were late. Their expressions were solemn. They didn't go near the long sword that was flickering with cold light. They only observed the surroundings, paying attention to any clues. Strange. Since it can suppress it to this extent, why didn't it suppress the aura of death for an entire day? Why did it let the aura of death spread? Could it be that there's a limit to this sword's power, and after suppressing it to a certain extent, it has to be suspended for a certain period of time? There was a similar suspension in the past, just that it didn't last this long. Why do I always feel like I'm being spied on every time I come here? There's obviously no one around, but this feeling is abnormally strong. One of them frowned. The sword spirit followed his advice and immediately stopped looking around. His body completely merged with the long sword. I also have the same feeling. I thought I was too sensitive, but it turns out that everyone has the same feeling. Xue Xian frowned and looked around. Suddenly, she saw Wu Zhangxiu. He was staring at her without any concealment. His eyes were full of love. She couldn't help but sigh heavily. This guy is really annoying. I can't really kill him. It's killing me. Elder Mu of the Heavenly Sword Alliance frowned and muttered. Could this situation be a sign that the divine soul of the calamity below has awakened? It's fighting against this sword, and today, the aura of death has surged violently. Perhaps it was this sword that was at a disadvantage, or maybe the two are equal. That's why the chilly aura of death has surged. The divine soul of the calamity had a similar movement before, but it was completely suppressed. At most, it only surged violently for a moment. Another person came to a realization. Now that everything is calm, it should be that the divine soul of the calamity has been suppressed again. That should be the case. In that case, this sword can actually suppress a mature and awakened divine soul of the calamity. The power of this sword is really shocking. The moment this sentence was said, the eyes of the 30 over old guys lit up. They stared at the sword like searchlights. The sword spirit felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. Not only the sword spirit, anyone would feel uncomfortable being surrounded by so many expectant, longing, and covetous eyes. Xue Xian snorted and said in a strange tone, "What? Do you all want this sword?" "Sure, but I don't know if you have the ability to pick it up." The moment this question was asked, all of them became discouraged. Pick it up? How? How many people have died because of getting close to this sword? There's no lack of experts. We've all seen it with our own eyes. Why would we take the risk? Shui Xian snorted and said, All of you can't even pick it up and you're still dreaming? Even if you can pick up that sword, can you afford to offend the owner of this sword? Of course, if any of you have the ability to pick up that sword, you should be able to deal with the owner of the sword. The problem is which one of you can. All of the old men's faces turned red. All of you are idiots who don't know your own limits. Shui Xian didn't let them off and mocked them to her heart's content. Speaking of which, Shui Xian was a very gentle woman. However, the fact that the various realms concealed the news of the battle in advance caused the Eastern Royal Heavens to suffer a huge loss. Even though Shui Xian was a clay figurine, she still had some temper. Thus, every word she said was filled with sarcasm. Shui Xian's words were undoubtedly sharp and unkind, but they exposed the truth. An old man said angrily, Shui Xian, what do you mean by that? It's fine if everyone knows about some things. Even if you say it out loud. We won't bicker with you on account that you're a woman. But it's fine if you say it out loud, but you're still not done? Do you really think that we're afraid of you? Shui Xian was worried that she didn't have an excuse to flare up. When she heard that, she instantly flew into a rage. What? So what if I'm a woman? Women still know how to take responsibility for their actions. They don't hide and play dirty tricks. So what if I say a few more words? What I said wasn't true, so I'm not done. What can you do about it? I can see that you're afraid of me. If you're not convinced, come and spar with me. Do you dare? Shui Xian wanted to cause trouble to vent her anger, so her words were naturally as unpleasant as they could be. That old man was so angry that his face turned red. Look, what is this? Are you scolding me like a shrew? Although he said that, this old man really didn't dare to go against Shui Xian. His strength was slightly inferior to Wu Zhangxiu's, so how could he dare to spar with Shui Xian? That wasn't a spar, it was simply asking for a beating. After all, not everyone was like Wu Zhangxiu, who enjoyed being beaten up. Shui Xian stepped forward. So what if I say that you're greedy? So what if I say that you're delusional? So what if I say that you're not capable? So what if I say that you can't afford to offend others? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? That old man was forced to step back. Suddenly he was furious. Shui Xian, do you really think that you've got me? I really don't care about you. Shui Xian raised her eyebrows and pulled out her long sword. She looked angry. A bunch of people who only know how to play tricks. Why are you pulling out your sword? Let me teach you how to be a person. At least, I'll let you be more humane. Clang! That old man couldn't take it anymore. He shook his wrist and pulled out his long sword. The old man was also a high-ranking person of a sect. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. He would rather be beaten to death than be bullied to death. Both sides were in a heated atmosphere. They were on the verge of a fight, or it should be said that the arrow was on the bow and had to be released. At this moment, Wu Zhangxiu rushed out and inserted himself between the two. He waved his hand and said, Everyone calm down. Calm down. Give me some face, that old man said angrily. Wu Zhangxiu, this has nothing to do with you. What are you doing? Wu Zhangxiu's face was full of smiles. He said, I shouldn't interfere in the matter between Shui Xian and you. Besides, I'm shy and don't know how to talk. That old man's face relaxed a little. It was pure nonsense to say that Wu Zhangxiu was shy. However, he came out to mediate at this moment, which was what the old man wanted. As long as he could avoid a direct piqué with Shui Xian, it was fine to let Wu Zhangxiu talk. Chapter 2080. What a vicious slap! It came so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard, and it was even more ferocious. The old man's entire body spun like a top, and he flew out horizontally just like that. Speaking of which, these two people's cultivations were roughly on par. Although the old man was slightly weaker, if they really fought, even if Wu Zhangxiu could win, it would take at least a few hundred rounds. It was impossible to take him down in a short time. But this time the distance between the two was too close, and the old man was caught off guard. Furthermore, Wu Zhangxiu's tone, voice, and expression were too confusing, and the old man suffered a huge loss. Seeing the old man's body fly out, everyone's mouths were wide open, and they turned to look at Wu Zhangxiu in a daze. This guy was really cunning. It seemed that he had to reevaluate this fellow. Seeing him approach with a simple and honest face, everyone thought that he was going to be a peacemaker, trying to smooth things over. Who would have thought that he would actually come up with such an explosive move? It was simply too shocking. It was also too shocking. Thinking back to that simple and honest slap, everyone was sweating profusely. Motherfucker, such a confusing attack. I believe that if it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge it either. Wu Zhangxiu. This old man, and you cannot exist under the same sky. The old man flew back as soon as he landed, his long hair standing straight in anger. He had suffered such a huge loss today, and he really couldn't die in peace. If he didn't get it back, how would he have the face to stand in front of others? In the midst of shame and anger, his sword flashed, and he actually went all out. Hey, 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 I'm talking about that. Don't use your mouth and not your hands. Wu Zhangxiu shouted, Hurry up and stop. I'll have a good discussion with you, and let everyone be the judge. If I'm really wrong, the old man glared at him. What are you going to do if you're wrong? Don't tell me that Xue Xian was right when she scolded me just now. Wu Zhangxiu said angrily, What do you know? Come. Everyone come and judge. He actually seemed to be very angry, and he turned to look at everyone. Is he wrong or am I wrong? I'll hit him. The old man angrily rushed forward. If you want to judge, then judge. I don't believe that there isn't. Suddenly, at this time, Wu Zhangxiu suddenly kicked the old man's dantian fiercely. With a hoo sound, he kicked the old man away and shouted, I hit him. Can't I hit him? So what if I hit him? It was another kick that caught him off guard. At this moment, everyone's eyebrows twitched. Fuck! This was too shameless. Too despicable. Too despicable. Too despicable. This time, Wu Zhangxiu didn't wait for his opponent to get up and directly pounced on him. He caught up with the old man in the air, whose body was bent like a prawn after being kicked. Wu Zhangxiu fiercely cursed as he rained punches and kicks on him. So, I hit you? So what if I hit you? Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and fucking hit me. Fuck. How dare you draw your sword against me? I told you to draw your sword. I told you to draw your sword. You're despicable. You're despicable. You're fucking despicable. Your whole family is despicable. I'm scared of you when you draw your sword. I'm scared of you. I'm scared of you. I'm scared to death of you. You dare to hit me. You fucking dare to hit me back. Hit me back, hit me back, hit me back. Why aren't you hitting me back? I'm fucking asking you to hit me back. Why aren't you hitting me back? Bang, bang, bang. Poo-pee-you-pee-you. When everyone rushed forward and forcefully pulled the two apart, the poor old man had already fainted from the beating. His head and face were full of blood and dirt. Half of the reason why he fainted was because he was angry, and the other half was because he was sullen. If it was just a beating, he definitely wouldn't have fainted. Wu Zhangxiu's attacks were very measured, and he definitely wouldn't kill anyone. But this was really too sullen. Wu Zhangxiu stood up proudly and put his face in front of Xue Xian. Xian, he, see, I told you that this old thing is no match for me. How can that old thing keep up with me? He's strong and strong, shall we? Xue Xian's face was full of black lines, and she said in a low and furious voice, Scram! Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Wu Zhangxiu nodded and bowed. If you tell me to scram, I'll scram immediately, and I'll scram nonstop. Do you want to see how I'll roll? Roll vertically, roll horizontally, or roll in a ball. Before he finished speaking, a scream instantly rang out. Wu Zhangxiu had already been kicked in the stomach by Xue Xian, and he was like a rubber ball, and he really rolled nonstop down the steep mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, he had already scrammed, and disappeared without a trace. All the old men turned around, and a few of them were already planning to settle the score with Wu Zhangxiu. But they realized that he had already disappeared. Just as they were about to fly into a rage, they met Xue Xian's cold eyes, and Hai Bo, who was at the side, was glaring at them covetously with his sword hilt in his hand. They gritted their teeth and said, "Xian, this method is too despicable." Xue Xian said indifferently, "Is it up to me whether it's despicable or not? Let's not talk about whether Wu Zhangxiu is related to me or not, whether he was ordered by me or not. Even if he was ordered by me, do you have any objections? Who has any objections? Step forward." The few old men were so angry that their mouths and eyes were twisted, but no one dared to step forward. After all, although that old man belonged to a super sect, he was from a lower tier super sect. How could they offend dreamlike verandas, Xue Xian in the eastern royal heavens, for such a person? Soon after, a large group of people came up to mediate. They were all 10,000-year-old old demons, and they all knew that it was absolutely stupid to fight now. The group of people argued and pulled each other. Then they walked down in a single file. That unconscious old man had already woken up. With a bruised face, he flew out to settle the score with Wu Zhangxiu. Hai Bo walked in front of Xue Xian and said softly, "Xian, actually, that old Wu is really sincere to you. He took on such a big trouble for you without even saying a word. I think you should consider taking him. If you miss out on him, you'll—" Before he could finish, he met Xue Xian's murderous gaze. He raised his hand bitterly and said, "All right, just take it that I didn't say anything." Xue Xian snorted angrily with a murderous aura. She extended her body and flew away. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian, the husband and wife, reunited after a long separation, seemed to have endless room talk. The two chatted and laughed at the sight of the room. They actually chatted for more than 4 hours, and still had not finished. Tai Butian also told Wu Qianqian about how Chu Yang and the rest fought against the big clans, how they fought against the law enforcement officers, how they destroyed the Dharma Supreme, how they resolved the biggest crisis of the heavenly layer, how they rushed up to the heavenly layer, and so on. Wu Qianqian listened with great interest. She interjected from time to time, asking Tai Butian to explain in more detail. At the end of the story, Wu Qianqian asked, that both of you have come up, where's Yang? When it came to the people closest to Yang, other than Tai Butian, it would be Wu Qianqian. Even Chu Yang and Ning Tianya had to be ranked behind. Tai Butian's face turned red. She said hatefully, "Don't mention that little heartless fellow." The two of them colluded to usurp the throne. Usurp the throne? What do you mean? Wu Qianqian's beautiful eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she had already understood, she burst into laughter. Tai Butian also found it funny. Then she explained, "The two of them dragged me up to the upper 3 heavens. Then, when I returned, I discovered that the throne had already changed hands. I had already become the late empress. That's roughly what happened." Wu Qianqian found it even more funny. She laughed so hard that she could not catch her breath. Tai Butian snorted and said in a low voice, "Are you laughing at me? I'd like to ask my empress, what exactly did you do when you came in with such a lustful look on your face? Tell me the truth. Did you put a colored hat on me?" Wu Qianqian's face and ears were red. She did not speak for a long time. Even her neck was red. Tai Butian was not going to let it go. "Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely." Wu Qianqian steeled her heart and decided to turn the tables. "What else could I have done? I did those things that he did to you." This time, Tai Butian's face also turned red. She said angrily, "You little hussy, what do you know? Don't spout nonsense. You're slandering me." Wu Qianqian snorted. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Your Majesty, is my junior brother serving you well?" Tai Butian's face instantly turned red. In her embarrassment, she pounced on Wu Qianqian and tickled her. Wu Qianqian turned her body to avoid him, but she was still scratched. So she repeatedly begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. I won't say it again. By the way, what do you do when you're together?" Another round of playful noises, then the two women leaned their heads together and whispered. Their faces were red and their eyes were watery. They were so embarrassed that they could not restrain themselves. Chu Yang stood outside the door. His heart was burning as he listened. Somewhere he was ready for battle and ready for a showdown. Then he could not hold it in anymore. He pushed the door open and barged in. The two women screamed in fear and turned their heads in a panic. When they saw Chu Yang, they didn't know what to think, and even their necks turned red. "What are the two of you talking about so happily? Tell me too. Let me be happy too." Chu Yang walked to the side of the bed calmly and sat down between the two. He reached out, and the two women fell into his arms. "Nothing." Tai Butian blushed. "It's really nothing." Wu Qianqian emphasized with a red face. "That's not right." Chu Yang blinked and said, "I heard everything just now." "You heard everything?" The two women screamed at the same time. "What did you hear?" Chapter 2081. At this point, the two girls, who were already extremely embarrassed, pressed down on the bed and covered their mouths. "Say it again, say it again." "Woo." Chu Yang's mouth was gagged and he couldn't speak. He suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked Tai Butian's hand that was covering his mouth. Tai Butian shuddered and the strength in her hand disappeared instantly. Chu Yang used a trick and broke free. Then the two big hands entered the Empress's clothes without any warning. They grabbed a ball of soft flesh and rubbed it gently. Then Chu Yang teased, "Your Majesty, it seems to have gotten a lot bigger here." Tai Butian was so embarrassed that her whole body went soft. She said, "Let go. Qianqian is still here." Wu Qianqian blushed and stood up hurriedly. She said, "You guys go ahead. I still have something to do." She was about to escape. However, Chu Yang reached out and grabbed her. She stumbled and fell onto the bed. Chu Yang hugged Tai Butian with one hand. Then he flipped over and pressed Wu Qianqian under his body. He covered Wu Qianqian's little mouth with his big mouth. His other hand reached into Wu Qianqian's lapel with great familiarity. With a flick and a swipe, Wu Qianqian's lapel was already half open, revealing her snow-white shoulders and half of her soft breasts. The two girls were so embarrassed that they struggled vigorously at the same time. Minister Chu is worthy of being called Minister Chu. How can he let a cooked duck fly away at such a critical juncture? His two large hands moved up and down, showing off his superb hand skills. "Wait for me to serve your Majesty. Junior Marshal brother will also serve Senior Marshal sister. Let's do it together." It didn't take long. The two girls were no match for him, even if they joined hands. They had already turned into two puddles of fragrant mud and fell onto the bed weakly. They knew that they shouldn't do this and that it was really too embarrassing. But they really couldn't resist someone's forceful attack. Chu Yang made a series of movements in a flurry. Suddenly, two white and tender bodies appeared on the bed. He stood up and roughly took off his clothes. His eyes lit up as he pressed himself on top of the two bodies that fit perfectly. "Ugh," someone moaned. This sound was like a bugle horn that signaled the start of the battle. Chu Yang immediately fell into an extremely brave and ferocious battle mode. He was invincible in besieging cities and raiding strongholds. He rode his horse and held his spear, madly fighting against the world. Cough, omitting another 3 million words. Chu Yang lay on the bed in high spirits after a full half hour. His whole body felt very comfortable and refreshed. Tai Butian's hair was in a mess on both sides of his body. Wu Qian was gasping for breath. The two women felt that they couldn't even move their little fingers. "It's so comfortable." Chu Yang sighed with satisfaction. "This is the life of an immortal." Chu Yang had fantasized countless times before, but never had the chance to carry out the threesome. But today he had finally achieved his wish. The satisfaction in Chu Yang's heart was unparalleled. In particular, Minister Chu was thinking in his heart, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a first time, then it is a beginning. In the future, won't I be able to taste delicious food at any time? Thinking of this, Minister Chu laughed obscenely. Ha 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 ha! Hearing this perverted laughter, the two women were embarrassed and angry. They wanted to reach out and pinch him, but they didn't have any strength left. It was as if their whole bodies were cramping and they went limp. Pervert. Scoundrel. Tai Butian rested for a long while before she finally cursed out loud in shame. Thinking about how Wu Qianqian had actually seen her at her most embarrassing state, the former emperor wished that there was a hole in the ground to jump into and never come out again. It was so embarrassing. At the side, Wu Qianqian buried her face in the quilt, refusing to raise her head. Tai Butian was obviously very embarrassed, and Wu Qianqian was even more embarrassed. Today was their first time, and then they slept together under such a lewd and unruly quilt. What should they do in the future? Chu Yang was proud of himself. So what if I'm a pervert? So what if I'm a scoundrel? As long as it's comfortable. The two women scolded at the same time. They struggled to prop themselves up and bit hard on his shoulders, one on each side. Chu Yang grimaced. But how could he not let them vent after taking such great advantage of him? He just had to endure it. Just this once. Tai Butian's face was red, but her voice was resolute and decisive. There definitely won't be a next time. At the side, Wu Qianqian nodded desperately, expressing her agreement and support. There won't be a next time? Chu Yang flipped over and pressed down on Tai Butian again. Your Majesty's words are law, so I'll definitely do as you say. Since that's the case, let's play a few more times, in case we don't have another chance in the future. As he spoke, he was about to touch her. Tai Butian felt the fiery pressure and threat, and couldn't help but turn pale. Even in her dreams, she didn't expect Chu Yang to be able to regain his vigor so quickly. She hurriedly begged for mercy. No, 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 no. I can't take it. Chu Yang straddled his horse and looked down from above. Then tell me, will there be a next time? Tai Butian looked at him with a red face and gritted teeth. She said angrily, definitely not. Chu Yang nodded. His body suddenly bent down and he said, all right. She slowly moved her waist forward in a panic. Tai Butian shouted, Qian, quickly come and save me. Wu Qian couldn't even wait to protect herself. How would she dare to save her? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. She wanted to take this opportunity to get off the bed quietly, but the moment she moved, she was hugged by Chu Yang. Trying to run? If you don't give me an answer today, neither of you can get off this bed. If you don't agree, then we can only have fun today. After a long, long time, after another storm, Chu Yang was extremely satisfied and chuckled. Under Minister Chu's extremely violent attacks, the two women were finally forced to sign an agreement. They agreed to Great Manor Master Chu's licentious and tyrannical request. After a long time, the two women gritted their teeth and put on their clothes. They only felt limp and sore all over their bodies. The gaze they looked at Chu Yang with was even more furious and hateful. This guy is simply an animal, a beast. It was a never-ending torrential downpour and stormy waves. Who can stand him? Fortunately, there is still Qian. Fortunately, there is still His Majesty. The two women thought so in their hearts. The two women who finally recovered had a frosty look on their faces. Their expressions were cold and solemn, and they completely ignored Chu Yang. Even if they didn't consider the exhaustion of their physical strength, just the shyness and the alliance between them made the two women feel so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole and crawl into it. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect that they would actually sleep together with this beast. In fact, today was just a beginning. Another day. At this point, Even when the two women occasionally looked at each other, they immediately turned their heads away. Then their pretty faces flushed, and they were extremely uneasy, thinking of how their most embarrassing side was clearly seen by another person. This kind of embarrassment, this kind of absurdity, almost completely overturned the two women's previous understanding. What was even more frightening was that, in the future, there would probably be more like this, and it was very likely that other women would join in. At least one, Mo Chinguo, wouldn't be able to escape. Cough! Could this be the legendary Immortals' Day? Great Manner Master. Chu stretched lazily as he walked out. He shook his hips, waist, and neck, and his face looked like a weasel who had just eaten chicken. A certain someone was addicted to it, and even signed an agreement to fulfill his great wish. How could he not feel refreshed and happy? Humph! The two women were embarrassed in their hearts at the same time. Their faces were full of anger as they turned their faces away. Thinking back to those days, both of us were at the pinnacle of the world. We commanded the entire world. We were in charge of life and death. We were heroes who looked down on the common people. How could we sleep together with you like this? And you're still acting so humph. This, that I say, Chan. Chu Yang knew that the two women definitely couldn't accept everything in their hearts. He ignored the two women's frosty faces and said to himself, "Let me tell you, we're very short on rooms now, and we're very free. We don't have any extra rooms for you, so you can stay with Tian for the time being. Anyway, such a big courtyard is enough for the two of you to live in. You two have reunited after such a long time, so you should be affectionate and affectionate. Yes, you can sleep together in bed. What a wonderful thing. I can't wait for it to happen. Beautiful scenery, a good family, and a full moon. You can be close to your bosom friends, whispering and speaking freely. Under the moonlight and flowers, you can take care of each other, protect each other, and exchange ideas. That would be such a wonderful thing. Just thinking about it makes me envious, jealous, and eager to participate in it." Chu Yang shamelessly fantasized for a while. Speaking of the thickness of his skin, Minister Chu was definitely at the peak of perfection, unparalleled. Such a big courtyard, hundreds of acres of land, and Wu Qianqian couldn't stay in it? Only Great Manner Master Chu could say something like that. Good. What's good about it? What's good about it? Do you think we don't know what kind of intentions you have? Tai Butian said coldly, "Letting me stay with Qianqian, I'm afraid the biggest convenience is to make it convenient for a pervert like you, right?" "How can you say that about me? You've hurt my heart too much." Chu Yang widened his eyes. "Am I that kind of person? Am I that kind of person in your heart?" Tai Butian's almond eyes widened, full of anger. "Fine, I'll let you say it yourself. What kind of person are you? You say it." Chu Yang said with awe-inspiring righteousness, "I, your husband, am naturally a righteous man." The two women looked at each other, stunned and speechless for a long time. After a long while, Wu Qianqian said, "A righteous ruler? Do you believe what you're saying?" Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Why wouldn't I believe it? Don't you think I know what kind of person I am? Even if I don't know, how can the two of you not know?" The two women were dumbfounded again. They never thought that there would actually be such a shameless person in this world. Tai Butian said fiercely, "Fine, since you call yourself a righteous ruler and are so righteous, then shouldn't you do something that a righteous ruler should do? You also said that our conditions are limited, and our rooms are even smaller. This room belongs to the two of us. You're not allowed to enter in the future. Hurry up and do those righteous ruler things. The two of us won't disturb you from doing your business." Chapter 2082. How thick-skinned was Chu Yang. His expression remained righteous as he said, "Just make the room smaller." "Make it smaller, I won't mind. Both of you are my women. It's proper for me to work with both of you." In order to emphasize, he even emphasized the word certain. The two women blushed even more. Their beauty was truly out of this world. Wu Qianqian said, "You asked us to do that just now. That's also proper. Of course it's proper. If it wasn't proper, would you have agreed? Both of you personally promised and agreed to it just now. It can be seen that it's proper. Chu Yang grinned. You still dare to say it. You still dare to say it. Thinking of how they were forced to agree just now, the two women felt hot all over. Forget it, forget it. I'll leave this small world to the two of you for the time being. Chu Yang turned and slipped away. I'll go ahead and take a look first. Before the two women could protest, Chu Yang reached out and touched Tai Butian's soft breasts and Wu Qianshan's perky buttocks. The two women screamed. Chu Yang laughed. This is so soft, this is so big, both are so bouncy, haha. His smug expression disappeared in a flash. The two women looked at each other. Their faces were red and didn't fade for a long time. Facing this woman who was sharing a man with them, both of them felt a little complicated. Their eyes flickered a few times, and they smiled bitterly at the same time. You. Both of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time. You first. Again, both of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time. The two couldn't help but look at each other and laugh at the same time. This laughter seemed to have completely broken the stiff atmosphere. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Wu Qianshan frowned. Tai Butian also smiled bitterly at this. What should they do? What else could they do? They could only do it that way. The two women were very opinionated and had their own ideas. When faced with such a situation, although they were still discussing it verbally, it was just a kind of subconscious, psychological barrier that they couldn't accept for the time being. It was completely different from the actual decision. There's no other way. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. Tai Butian shook her head. According to Chu Yang's temperament, even if we resist, it'll be of no use. We'll only invite even greater suppression. Don't forget that he can use shameless and hooligan methods to achieve his goal. Can you be more shameless than him? Wu Chen blushed and said, even if there's no other way, we have to think of some countermeasures. Don't tell me there's no other way and we just let him do whatever he wants. What would happen then? Tai Butian snorted and said with a sidelong glance, if you don't let him do as he pleases, do you think you'll be able to deal with him yourself? Since you've become his woman, accept your fate. Wu Qian's face reddened to her ears. She recalled Chu Yang's beast-like charge and his seemingly never-ending vigor. She couldn't help but feel weak all over. She couldn't help but admit that she couldn't face such an energetic madman alone. Even he and Tai Butian were barely able to cope with it just now, let alone himself. If he was alone, then it would be terrible. Forget it. Just accept your fate. Besides, Tai Butian said indifferently, you also looked like you enjoyed it a lot just now. You were moaning so loudly and wantonly. Wu Qian was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She said angrily, who are you talking about? Are you talking about yourself? You started moaning when he pressed down on you just now. You even fainted in the end, right? You closed your eyes and moaned. You don't know shame and still have the cheek to talk about others. Tai Butian pounced on her bashfully. Watch me beat you to death, you little WH*Ri who's full of nonsense. Wu Qian didn't want to be outdone. She immediately retaliated. The two women tangled together. Not long after. Their hair was in a mess and they were panting heavily. But with this commotion, it also meant that this matter had become a foregone conclusion and was accepted. After a long time. Okay, let's talk about something serious. Tai Butian tidied her clothes. Qian, our situation hasn't been very good during this period. We've just come up and our foundation is especially unstable. Since you're here, you can help me. I can also heave a sigh of relief. Wu Qian blushed. What can I help with? Didn't you already help me? Wu Qian wasn't as sensitive as Tai Butian. She was a first-time wife and would habitually extend everything to a certain special aspect. You're really a little lecherous woman. Tai Butian pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about other things. Didn't you manage the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in Chu Yang's place before? Now, we can just follow the rules as usual. You have experience in this area. It's completely effortless. We can make the best use of your talents. Then tonight You still want to run away at night?" Tai Butian sighed. Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed red. "Besides, we can't give up on our cultivation. We must improve as quickly as possible." Tai Butian's gaze was focused. She said indifferently, "Although you and I are women, we once controlled the world. If women like us blindly stay behind men and seek protection, then how can we accept it?" Wu Qianqian nodded deeply. "What level are you at now?" "I should be at the human level now." Tai Butian said, "If it weren't for Chu Yang's large amount of elixirs and the fact that he changed my muscles and cleansed my marrow every day, it wouldn't have been easy for me to reach this level. Although I'm at the human level, I'm still far from a real expert." "What about you?" Tai Butian asked Wu Qianqian. "I just woke up. How would I know what level my cultivation is at now? When I was unconscious, I was only at the 5th tier of the martial saint level. Now," Wu Qianqian frowned and said hesitantly, "since I woke up this time, I can feel that the power in my body has taken a big step forward. But I'm really not sure what level I've reached." "Circulate your energy and let me see," Tai Butian said with a trace of fantasy. After a long while, "Oh my God, how is this possible? It's impossible," Tai Butian exclaimed. She was completely shocked by Wu Qianqian. "You've actually reached the earth level. This is too unbelievable." Wu Qianqian, who was opposite her, was also perplexed. She said, "I don't know. What earth level?" Looking at the faint yellow light emitted from her body, Wu Qianqian also felt a little dizzy. How would they know that in the process of reversing life and death, Chu Yang had used a large amount of energy and elixirs? During the period when Wu Qianqian was unconscious, Chu Yang had fed her countless heavenly treasures. The spring of life that others yearned for was not cherished by Wu Qianqian at all. She directly treated it as her daily drinking water. There was also that super heavy pill and a piece of resurrection grass that was more than 150,000 years old. They completely stimulated the medicinal power in Wu Qianqian's body and completely reformed her meridians. Very little of the medicinal power hidden in her body was wasted, and it was converted into Wu Qianqian's own cultivation. This allowed Wu Qianqian's cultivation to reach the heavens in a single bound. But Wu Qianqian herself did not know all these. Tai Butian naturally did not know either. In fact, even Chu Yang himself was a little confused. Unless the sword spirit helped to analyze from the beginning, only then would it be possible to understand the whole story. Otherwise, it would be a complete mystery. "Looks like I need to speed up my cultivation," Tai Butian muttered. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and her face suddenly turned red. She said, "Qianqian, I remember your master and his wife's martial arts. Wu Qianqian was very smart." She immediately understood what she meant. She said with a red face, "You mean that moon breeze dual cultivation technique?" Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She said, "Since that can't be avoided, why don't we just use it for cultivation? This is greatly beneficial to the three of us." Then Wu Qianqian couldn't suppress her embarrassment. She lowered her head with a red face. Her eyes darted around a few times before she bit her lip and nodded slightly. That night, Chu Yang could really be said to have enjoyed all the luck in the world. Moreover, the effects of the moon breeze dual cultivation technique, when cultivated by people like Chu Yang, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian, were actually super immediate. In just one night, the three of them felt that their cultivation had solidified a lot. Moreover, there was a faint feeling that they were advancing rapidly. This was especially true for Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian. Both of them had special physiques and extraordinary talents. So this feeling was especially intense. As for Tai Batian, although her aptitude was slightly inferior to the other two and was slightly slower, the icy heart jade bone physique was also an extremely rare physique. Even in the entire heaven circuit, it was considered a peerless talent. It was even better than those youths who had been upgraded by Chu Yang's magic treasures. However, Tai Batian started to feel a little anxious. Her cultivation was already inferior to the two of them in the first place. Now, she was falling behind step by step. How could this be? An emperor should have the dignity of an emperor. Even though she was a woman, her dignity was still the same. Therefore, in the end, Tai Batian couldn't care less about her shyness anymore. She pestered Chu Yang to cultivate crazily. Naturally, Chu Yang would never refuse such an invitation. Later on, due to a certain someone's stubbornness, Tai Batian actually fainted in the process of cultivating. It was obvious that Minister Chu had put in a lot of effort in his practice. Chu Yang hugged the beauty in his arms. The two of them slept peacefully in each other's arms. In the Chu clan's courtyard, in the shade of the small courtyard where Tai Batian stayed, brother who was lying comfortably on the ground. Ever since he had digested the 20 souls of purple crystal that Chu Yang had given him, he had taken the money to resolve the problem. Now that his cultivation had recovered, brother who naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Tai Batian. With brother whose protection, Chu Yang finally felt more at ease. The next morning, Chu Yang had just woken up when someone suddenly came to report that a Duke Yuntian had requested an audience. Yuntian. Chu Yang was puzzled. What is he here for? Chu Yang was extremely wary of this person. In these few days, the invisible pressure in his heart had been increasing, causing Chu Yang to be constantly paranoid. However, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 2083. The black fog let out a muffled groan, followed by a low scream. Then it dissipated, revealing the black-clothed elder and Yuan Shete. There were 3 wounds on Yuan Shete's body that were bleeding profusely. Although the saber didn't really cut his body, the elder was still a little slower. The 3 saber energies had already severely injured Yuan Shete. The 3 wounds exposed his internal organs. It could be clearly seen that Yuan Shete's internal organs were already broken. With such injuries, he was definitely going to die. Bang! A small purple jade-like puppet in front of Yuan Shete's chest suddenly shattered and fell to the ground, turning into powder. From the powder, a wisp of black light shot up into the sky. Yuan Shete, who had been unconscious and on the verge of death, was no longer bleeding from his wounds. Even his pale face was gradually returning to normal. It's a substitute puppet. Lightning Snake's pupils shrank. Yun Tian also showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the joint attack of the 3 Sabermen could actually kill Yuan Shete once. A substitute puppet, as the name suggested, was a heaven-defying treasure that could block a fatal injury for its master. A substitute puppet wouldn't be activated for a normal injury that wouldn't endanger one's life. Once the substitute puppet was activated, it proved that Yuan Shete had already died once. Therefore, the substitute puppet would be activated and die for him. This was the greatest function of a substitute puppet. This function was really heaven-defying. The elder who came later was trembling all over. His face turned green and white. He had already blocked the 3 Sabermen, but he still couldn't block the saber energy that was full of death. This was already a great dereliction of duty. Little, you're so vicious. How dare you? The elder turned to look at Chu Yang, his eyes gloomy. It seemed that he was about to launch a desperate counterattack. Chu Yang stood up leisurely. He didn't even look at Yuan Shete, let alone the elder. He said to Yun Tian casually, "Brother Yin, you came at the right time. Tomorrow night, Heavenly Armament Pavilion will hold a second auction. There are priceless treasures, legendary weapons, medicine that can bring the dead back to life, and some super treasures that you can't imagine. Please help me inform the various sections." Yun Tian and the elder were startled when they heard this. The elder was about to make a move, but he stopped. Chu Yang said lightly, "But Brother Yin, please inform everyone that Mo Yun Tian won't be part of this auction. If Mo Yun Tian is alone in the auction, this auction will be cancelled immediately." This, Yun Tian was startled. "Brother Chu, this matter, please reconsider." "There's no need to consider." Chu Yang's eyes shone with a cold light as he said coldly, "In addition, if Brother Yun's message isn't delivered, then Extreme Heaven's qualification will also be revoked. This is a permanent cancellation. Brother Yin, do you hear me?" Yun Tian was taken aback. He quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother Chu, I'm afraid you've misunderstood this, little brother. Today's matter was truly unexpected." Little brother was also extremely shocked. "I hurried over to stop it, but I was still a step too late. It was greatly unexpected. Everything." Chu Yang smiled faintly and interrupted Yun Tian's explanation. His voice became even more elegant as he said, "Brother Yin, the word idiot is not engraved on my forehead, and neither is the word idiot on your forehead. You and I are well aware of what happened today. However, now is not the time for us to fall out with each other. So, if Brother Yin is smart enough, you should be more honest. Why waste those unnecessary spittle?" Yun Tian's face showed a trace of anger, but he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He naturally knew what Chu Yang meant. "I even dared to kill Yuan Shetu on the spot. Then, do you think I don't dare to kill Yun Tian? Since I've already been impulsive once, what's the harm in being impulsive a second time?" This sentence was obviously warning Yun Tian. "If you want to behave atrociously, I'll still accompany you. I'll accompany you to the end." After saying that, Chu Yang smiled faintly. He turned his head and looked at Yuan Shetu, who was still in a state of shock. He chuckled softly and slowly raised one hand. He pointed his index finger at Yuan Shetu's forehead and said clearly, "If you don't die today, your ancestors' graves will be spitting out smoke. Yuan Shetu, I'll kill you with my own hands in the future." Chu Yang's tone was cold, and his eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. His gaze was like lightning. Yuan Shetu's current cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than Chu Yang's, but at this moment he didn't dare to look into Chu Yang's eyes. He was intimidated by Chu Yang's aura and could only turn his head to avoid the sharp edge. But when he realized that he was showing weakness, he hurriedly turned his head and wanted to retort. But he heard Chu Yang's cold laughter. The black-robed elder on the side said angrily, "Little one, you're so vicious and rampant. Our ghost hunter will never let you go." Chu Yang slowly turned around and looked at him indifferently. He sneered and said, "Now I'll say it in front of you. Your ghost hunter is just a fart in front of me. Do you dare to kill me? Do you dare to touch me?" The elder gritted his teeth, but he really didn't dare to move. Although Chu Yang almost killed Yuan Shetu just now, although Chu Yang clearly said that Mo Yun Tian couldn't participate in the auction because of discrimination and humiliation, he really didn't dare to move. Because this auction was what all the super sects were looking forward to. They wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. If he killed Chu Yang now, he would probably be besieged by all the big sects, and he would also have to face the full force of the Eastern Royal Heavens official forces. If it really reached that stage, the people of the Ghost Hunter would probably be annihilated here. He couldn't bear such a serious consequence, no matter what. So he was so angry that he was about to explode, but he couldn't move at all. He didn't dare to move at all. Then, Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed coldly. He turned around and strode away without hesitation. A cold voice sounded, and 2 words fell like ice beads. "See the guests out." Then the 3 great swordsmen snorted and sheathed their swords at the same time. They looked at the 3 people coldly and left without saying a word. "This is too much." The elder who came later was furious. "He doesn't even put our ghost hunter in his eyes." Yun Tian looked at him with pity and said indifferently, "He doesn't even put our Sky Sword Alliance in his eyes, let alone your ghost hunter. What qualifications do you have for him to put you in his eyes?" The elder said angrily, "Are we just going to let this matter go like this?" Yun Tian said indifferently, "Unless you can represent your ghost hunter and also bear the risk of going against the other 8 big sects. Otherwise, before the auction ends, no one will allow anything to happen to Chu Yang. If you don't want to let it go like this, we can only let it go like this. Can you? Do you dare?" "So, everything will have to wait until the auction ends." Yun Tian turned around and left. "Remember, if you dare to do anything during this period, our extreme heavens will be the first to kill you all." Today's matter was very different from his original plan, but Yun Tian could only do so. Although there was suspicion of changing orders, and it was inevitable that his credibility would be bad, for the long-term plan of thousands of years, Yun Tian knew better than anyone how to choose. "Yun Tian, wait a minute." Yuan should have finally caught his breath. Yun Tian slowly turned around. "What's the matter?" Yuan should have stared at him. "This Chu Yang, I'm afraid he's not as simple as just the shopkeeper of an auction house, right?" He finally felt that something was wrong. Yun Tian laughed and shook his head. "Does Brother Yuan think that Chu Yang is still the son of the great celestial emperor? Brother Yuan should have investigated Chu Yang's news clearly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have come today, right? Information is information." Yuan Shitu's eyes flickered with black light, and he looked a little ferocious. "Yun Tian, did you dig a hole for me?" A small auction house shopkeeper would definitely not have 3 celestial being level experts protecting him, not to mention in a remote place like Xixia City. The moment the 3 great swordsmen appeared, Yuan Shitu instantly understood. But at that time, everything was too late. The hatred was already irreconcilable. Originally, he had thought that he had already given enough face by discussing with Chu Yang, a person from such a small place. As for women, weren't they just playthings? Handing over a plaything could curry favor with him, who was a super big shot to Chu Yang, why not? So, Yuan Shitu didn't have any scruples from the beginning. But he never thought that he would punch an iron plate full of barbs. If someone said that Yun Tian had never schemed against him, Yuan Shitu wouldn't believe it, even if he died. Not to mention that Yun Tian's attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, which made Yuan Shitu even more convinced that he had been cheated by Yun Tian. "Dug a hole for you?" Yun Tian smiled faintly. "Are you worthy?" He turned and left. His clothes fluttered, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Yun Tian, I'll remember you. From now on, you and I are irreconcilable. I, Yuan Shitu, will definitely repay you generously for today's matter." Yuan Shitu gritted his teeth. "I'll wait for you." Yun Tian's voice came from the wind. From now on, the 2 young leaders completely broke off their relationship. Both of them knew that after this matter, the 2 super sects of heaven and earth would no longer have the chance to be friends. This Chu Yang is probably not very simple. The black-robed elder sighed. Could Chu Yang be the son of the great celestial emperor? This sentence was originally said by Yun Tian. Yuan Shitu repeated it at this moment, filled with a kind of ruthlessness. "No matter who he is, when the soul-suppressing stone incident is over, I will take Chu Yang alive on the road. I want to play with his wife in front of him. Play with him for a generation. Let him see for a generation." Not to mention that Yuan Shitu's anger was soaring to the sky. He turned his anger into endless imagination, fantasizing about how to deal with Chu Yang and everything related to Chu Yang in the future. Chu Yang's anger was also soaring to the sky. This time he was really angry, although he knew that the 2 super sects of heaven and earth were definitely not people he could afford to offend, and also knew that the so-called mysterious expert entrusted the auction could only protect him for a while. Chu Yang couldn't care so much now. Chapter 2084. Chu Yang imagined the demeanor of this saint back then and couldn't help but be impressed. 1. enchanted. If this saint was me! After being severed by the sword, the entire upper half of the mountain flew out just like that and landed on one side. It wasn't even intentional. Looking at the distance between the two mountains, the sword spirit's face twitched as he continued to narrate the shocking facts. Lord Swordmaster, you may not know this, but there's a huge difference between having an expert on a mountain and not having one. The sword spirit murmured. The hardness of this mountain back then was probably more than 1,000 times harder than it is now. Especially when facing an enemy, it should be even more terrifying. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide and shuddered in fear. What kind of strength did he have to be able to do that? Could he really go to such a level? Those past events are too distant for us. Let's search the foot of the mountain first. Chu Yang took a breath and expelled all the shocked emotions in his heart. However, he already had an intuitive understanding in his heart. Damn it, the Shui Leihan that I scold every day is actually such a terrifying existence? Without comparison, I really can't tell. The two of them went along the way and saw that some parts of the mountain were already covered with grass and some shrubs. However, there wasn't anything special about it. On one side, there was a mountain path with white jade railings and green jade steps winding down. Chu Yang and the sword spirit went down the steps. They had just gone down 2 steps when the sword spirit suddenly trembled all over. Looking at the dense trees on both sides, he was in a daze for a while and murmured, "Kanglin wood?" The entire mountain is actually planted with kanglin wood. Kanglin wood? What's that? Chu Yang asked curiously. 150,000 years ago, the kanglin wood was an extremely rare type of wood. Speaking of which, there is nothing special about this type of wood, but its texture is extremely hard. Not to mention ordinary steel. Even star steel may not be able to compare to the hardness of the kanglin wood. Therefore, as long as the conditions permit, most people would use the kanglin wood as the handle of their weapons. However, later on, everyone began to realize that although the azure wave wood was hard enough, it was easily corroded. Therefore, it was gradually eliminated. But very coincidentally, there was an unexpected discovery. The core of the azure wave wood was actually all purple. It was very dazzling and didn't decay as easily as the other parts. Because of this, the core of the azure wave wood was collected by various big worlds to be used as a material to make coins. However, later on, it was discovered that the core of the azure wave wood could be easily imitated. Therefore, star dream iron was added to make purple cloud coins, and so on. The sword spirit took a deep breath. Lord Swordmaster, there's so much kanglin wood here, and all of them are at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years old. It's definitely a huge fortune. Chu Yang grinned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Big brother, wake up. Do you think that once this news gets out, I'll be able to occupy it? The sword spirit was stunned. He said dejectedly, "Yes, this stuff belongs to the government. No private person can occupy it." Chu Yang said calmly, "That's why I didn't think about it. Otherwise, I'd be even more disappointed." Suddenly, he kicked a big tree and scolded, "Damn it! There's so much money in front of me. It's gone just like that. You clearly know that I am always short of money. Yet you still come up with such a pile of things to ridicule me. Oh God, are you addicted to playing with me? Really?" The sword spirit was stunned. You call this not being disappointed, not taking it to heart? But that bastard Shui Leihan wants to take all these from me. No matter what, he has to give me some benefits. Otherwise, I'll cut them all with my sword. If I can't get any benefits, no one else can either." Chu Yang said fiercely. Suddenly his eyes widened. What's that? How powerful was Chu Yang's kick? That azure wave wood under his feet shook violently. Suddenly, something fell from above and smashed onto the ground with a poof. Lingji. Looking at the thing that was originally snow white and had broken into 8 pieces in front of him but had turned purplish red, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. This works too? He couldn't help but look up. Are you an idiot? The sword spirit had already rushed over to pick up the Lingji. With a pained expression, he said, "This is the snow jade purple heart Lingji that can only grow on azure wave wood. How can it be smashed just like that? This is the purest heavenly treasure, and it's even something that's hundreds of thousands of years old. You wastrel, you don't know anything. You're really going to piss me off. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. If the people of this sect were still around, how could such a snow, jade, purple heart, Lingji, be preserved until now?" While complaining, the sword spirit also felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, this sect had been sealed. Otherwise, where could they find such a good thing in the current heavenly imperial court? Speaking of which, the sword spirit's complaint was completely without reason. It was purely a pity that such a good thing had been ruined. After all, Chu Yang didn't do it intentionally. Although young Master Chu didn't know anything and was inexperienced, he wasn't that kind of wastrel, wasn't he? But after this incident, Chu Yang became even more careful. His eyes were shining. It can't be that only one tree has this thing, right? There are so many here. There should be many more. There must be. There must be. There must be. He simply released the tribulation sword and let it search for it on its own. This would be incredible. Wow, there's another one. There's a super seal word here. There's actually a red ginseng here. It's at least hundreds of thousands of years old. The exquisite blood ginseng here has actually produced ginseng essence. It's another snow, jade, purple heart Ganoderma. It seems to be even older than the previous one. Here and here, they hadn't even walked 1/5 of the way down the mountain when the sword spirit stopped calling out. In the beginning, Chu Yang had been making a fuss about nothing, but he had become indifferent to it. Later on, he had become indifferent, because there were really too many good things here. There were so many that they couldn't collect them all. If it weren't for the tribulation space supporting them, Chu Yang and the sword spirit would probably feel heartache. With just the two of them, they couldn't even collect the most precious things. This was a mountain that hadn't been visited by humans for at least 400 to 500,000 years. One could imagine how many good things could be produced here. As the saying goes, it was really innumerable. Moreover, this mountain wasn't a mountain in the ordinary sense. It was the heart mountain of the godly source realm, the place where super sects gathered. The abundance of spiritual qi had long reached an appalling level. It was undoubtedly easier for treasures to be produced on such a mountain. Chu Yang kept throwing things into the tribulation space. The 3 medicine spirits inside happily transplanted them. Only ginseng was given special treatment. No matter if it was blood ginseng, jade ginseng, ordinary ginseng, or exquisite ginseng, and so on, dozens of each kind of ginseng were collected. The 3 medicine spirits had to first absorb a certain amount of essence from each ginseng. After confirming that there was at least a portion of essence in all the ginseng in the tribulation space, the rest were directly devoured by the 3 medicine spirits without any hesitation. In other words, a huge portion of ginseng that was harvested this time turned into dried radishes in the blink of an eye. At the beginning, the speed of devouring was still somewhat slow. But later on, as the medicine spirit's abilities continued to evolve, they could devour anything in the blink of an eye. Of course, although the medicine spirits were eating happily and contentedly, there were some things that they didn't know. All the elixirs that had been selected by the tribulation sword had actually already been absorbed by the tribulation sword in advance. In addition, the tribulation sword had another great advantage. It wasn't picky about its food. For example, when it encountered a large bunch of ginseng, the tribulation sword would even suck up all the ginseng that had just sprouted for 1 or 2 years. Wherever the tribulation sword passed, not even a blade of grass was left. No medicine was left behind, because those that couldn't be taken away, or those that were disdained to be taken away, were all directly sucked dry. Heavenly treasures instantly turned into withered grass. So it wasn't that not even a blade of grass was left behind. It was more appropriate to describe it as withered grass everywhere it passed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The tribulation sword was in high spirits, and the 3 medicine spirits were overjoyed. But the sword spirit and Chu Yang were already somewhat dispirited. Sometimes, when there were too many good things, bending down to pick them up too many times seemed to be a kind of trouble. So tiring. Later on, Minister Chu, who felt tired, directly went down the mountain, leaving the sword spirit and the tribulation sword to search for elixirs. The tribulation sword was responsible for discovering, devouring, and digging, while the sword spirit was responsible for transporting the elixirs into the tribulation space. The 3 medicine spirits waited for the elixirs to come in and chose to devour, absorb, and transplant them. The 3 sides each had their own duties, and later on, it was somewhat mechanized. No matter how small a mountain was, it was still a mountain. Moreover, how small could a mountain that could be chosen as the core of a supersect's headquarters be? Even with the sword spirit and the tribulation sword, 2 heaven-defying existences that were beyond human understanding, plundering at an incredible speed, it actually took more than an hour to clean up half of the mountain. If people were allowed to come in at this time, they would probably be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. This was too fucking clean. The world-famous realm of God Source, where the soul-suppressing stone was located, didn't even have a single elixir after the seal was opened. There wasn't even any common herbs. There was only withered grass in sight. What the fuck was this? This was simply a miracle. Of course, they still couldn't come in. But Chu Yang, who had already come in, had really discovered a miracle. Isn't this a sect? Wasn't it already destroyed? Where are the people? Even if there's no one, there should be corpses, right? Where did they all go? Didn't they say that there was a divine soul of a tribulation below? Where is the divine soul of a tribulation? Where did it go? Why didn't I encounter anything? Chu Yang was very puzzled about this. The sword spirit also seemed to be puzzled. This was completely incomprehensible, but it was lucky that they didn't encounter anything. If they really did, it would be fatal. Chapter 2085. There were hundreds of cultivators' cave residences on the half of the mountain that served as the foundation. There were pills, secret manuals, weapons, spirit herbs, or rare metals in the cultivation dojo. Chu Yang accepted all of them without hesitation. Since he was already here, he would naturally accept whatever he could. He only left behind some very low-level stuff that the sword spirit had appraised. He couldn't possibly leave nothing behind when he let people in after a few days, right? That would be too obvious. If they suspected that someone had beaten them to it, there would always be trouble in the future. It's here. The sword spirit cried out in surprise. The 2 of them finally found the answer to the strange matter just now as they walked towards the mountain top. At a certain corner, there was a valley densely packed with corpses. Every bone was sparkling and shiny. The skeletons were as big as mountains. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. The corpses piled up in this valley were probably no less than tens of thousands of people. Chu Yang gently walked over and casually turned over one of the corpses. He turned it over with a crashing sound. Some places automatically turned into white ashes after he turned it over, but a few thigh bones, arm bones, and so on, as well as the skull, were still intact. They had all turned into a kind of texture that seemed to be stone or jade. Obviously, this part of the bones had turned into fossils. Among them, there were many bones that still had their original texture. These were the bones of experts who had reached the heavenly human level when they were alive. Even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, their bones could still maintain their original texture, but they could no longer recover their vitality. The fatal injuries of these people are actually the same. Chu Yang looked at the bones on the ground, his eyes revealing a look of sincere horror. They were all stabbed in the chest by a sword. I'm afraid it wasn't just a sword. It was sword energy. The sword spirit corrected him. When the sword energy entered the body, it had already shattered the original soul of the person who was attacked. Then it cut off their vitality. The person who did this is extremely vicious and merciless. He didn't even give them a chance to dissipate their souls. He directly destroyed them, completely. With so many people piled up here, the person who did it only used 3 swords at most. The sword chi that was brought up should have the ability to chase after life and lock the soul, killing all of them. After all, the sword spirit had followed Xue Leihan for many years. He more or less had a certain understanding of people of Xue Leihan's level. At this moment, his voice was very heavy as he said, "Judging from the signs here, even if the cultivation of the person who did this isn't as high as yours, I'm afraid it's not that far off." Chu Yang nodded to show that he understood. The Calamity sword whistled out and began to plunder and collect spiritual herbs in the valley. Because there were too many experts who had died here and their cultivations when they were alive had turned into spiritual qi, the quality of the spiritual herbs growing in the vicinity was also extremely high. However, Chu Yang had always felt that such elixirs were somewhat disgusting. Therefore, he had opened up a separate medicinal field for himself. He had also made up his mind that he and his family would not touch the elixirs produced in this field. In the middle of the 10,000 corpses, a dark flower stood in the wind, constantly emitting wisps of black qi. That's the ghost flower, the sword spirit side. Only under the premise that many people have died, and under the premise that these dead people's original cultivations are very high, will there be a chance for such a strange flower to appear. I really didn't expect that there would be one here, and that it would grow like a big tree. Ghost flower. The conditions for this flower to appear are so harsh. It must be of great use, right? Chu Yang asked. That's hard to say. I've only heard that the ghost flower can connect the 2 realms of yin and yang, but I don't know its specific use, the sword spirit said. As he spoke, he looked at the ghost flower with some excitement and muttered, I wonder if there's this and that. This? That? Chu Yang was startled. What's this and that? The sword spirit looked at it for a while and reached out to touch it. Finally, he shook his head in disappointment. Looks like there shouldn't be. Keep them all. This thing should be useful in the future. Even if it's useless, don't leave it here and let others take advantage of it. Okay. Chu Yang waved his hand and was about to put it away when the black fog above the ghost flower suddenly transformed into a clear human face. It bared its teeth and rushed towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang was startled when he saw this. He was about to use his palm to disperse or force back that strange face, but the sword spirit had already rushed forward excitedly. So there really is one. I almost misjudged it. Leave it to me. This thing is a great supplement for me. Then the sword spirit suddenly flashed high in the sky and transformed into a black phoenix. It opened its big mouth. It spouted out pitch-black, ink-colored flames, and it rushed towards the monster in front of it. That monster was caught off guard, and its reaction was somewhat slow. It was instantly hit by the black flames of the sword spirit. Chu Yang thought that the 2 of them would have to fight for a long time, but he didn't expect that the monster would let out a hoarse scream as soon as the black flames touched it. Then it turned around and tried to escape. Chu Yang heard this scream, and suddenly had a negative feeling that his spirit was shaken. The phoenix that the sword spirit had transformed into chased after the monster relentlessly. Along the way, the black flames seemed to be free of charge. Every time it burned the monster's body, it would evaporate into a pitch-black mist. The black fog would be quickly absorbed by the sword spirit as soon as it appeared. Then, the size of the sword spirit's phoenix would increase significantly. The black flames lingering around the phoenix's body also became more intense and more gorgeous as the black fog was absorbed. That monster didn't have the strength to fight back. Even when it tried to escape, it could only run back and forth around the ghost flower. It seemed that it couldn't get too far away from the ghost flower. This situation naturally made it easier for the sword spirit to chase and intercept it. Later on, the monster let out a pitiful cry, as if it was begging for mercy. However, The phoenix transformed from the sword spirit did not show any mercy. It continued to pounce on the monster ferociously, turning it into a pitch-black fog with a mouthful of flames. Then it spread its wings and instantly doubled in size. Whoosh! The sword spirit returned to his human form and landed on the ground. He had a satisfied look on his face. He was beaming with joy and looked like a cat that had just stolen a fish. He looked lazy and a little lustful. "What the hell is this thing?" Chu Yang asked. "Look at your vulgar appearance after eating it. It's really annoying." "You don't know shit." The sword spirit was immensely proud of himself. "This thing is useless to living people like you. In fact, it will only harm you if you come into contact with it. But to a soul like me, it has the same astonishing effect as if you had eaten a miracle medicine. This thing is called the 10,000 souls spiritual body. If it weren't for the deaths of so many experts in this place, the resentment of hundreds of thousands of years would have condensed to form such a good thing. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest this time. I've really struck it rich. Hurry up and tell me what's the effect of eating this thing." Chu Yang said as he put away the ghost flower. "To put it simply, I can reconstruct my body and be reborn if I encounter a suitable opportunity after eating this." The sword spirit looked up to the sky and shouted, "I've been waiting for this day for 130,000 years." Chu Yang didn't know what was going on. He clicked his tongue and said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a chance to live under the sun again? Look at how excited you are. I live under the sun every day, but I'm not as excited as you are." The sword spirit was completely speechless. "How can I be the same as you? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for saying such words?" "That's right. Where did that calamity divine soul you mentioned go? We've been here for a long time. How come we haven't seen even a shadow of that guy?" Chu Yang frowned. He looked at the top half of the mountain peak and muttered that place with golden light and purple energy should be the headquarters of that super sect. The sword spirit nodded. "It should be, but it seems a little strange. We have been here for a long time. It's impossible for us to be here until now. Why hasn't the soul of calamity appeared yet? He is the most sensitive to the aura of living beings." "Bah! Why do I have the same idea as you, idiot? It's our luck that we didn't encounter the soul of calamity. But if we do, we won't be able to leave." Just then a hoarse laughter suddenly came from behind the two of them. Rather than a laugh, it was more like a weird sound made by bones that made one's teeth ache. A gloomy voice that seemed to be floating in the clouds said, "I've always been here. It's just that you haven't noticed. The reason why I haven't appeared is because I've been waiting for you to come here. You also know that you won't be able to leave after encountering me. It's just as you thought. Since you've come, don't think about leaving." Suddenly, the voice changed into a strange laughter. "It's actually a living person and a soul body. Excellent, excellent. Just in time to save me all the trouble." The sword spirit's face changed dramatically. He exclaimed, "It's actually a peak divine soul that has complete consciousness and can communicate with any living creature. We're dead." Chu Yang's face also changed dramatically. When he turned around, he realized that everything he had seen along the way had all disappeared. Even the entire sky was filled with a dark and cold aura of death. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, zombies, with ghostly fire flickering in their eyes, stepped out of this boundless darkness. These zombies were all naked. The muscles on their bodies seemed to have congealed on their bodies. They didn't decay like the other corpses. Some of them were even wearing clothes. Some were holding long swords, some were holding long sabers, some were holding whips, some were holding daggers, and some were carrying a big stick made of unknown metal. And all the zombies had one thing in common. Their faces were all ashen. If it weren't for the ghostly fire flickering in their eyes and the big bloody holes in their throats that were constantly being torn open by the sword wounds, Chu Yang would almost have suspected that these people were all alive. Chapter 2086. Lord Sword Master. The sword spirit was so nervous that he almost stuttered. This is really bad. This is a zombie puppet cultivated after the tribulation. Godly soul devoured everyone's dissipated original souls. One of the prerequisites to make this kind of zombie puppet is that the cultivation of these puppets must be at least heavenly human level experts when they were alive. This is really troublesome. This is actually the location of a super sect that is not inferior to the currentling Shao faction. Chu Yang's expression became infinitely calm. He said coldly, "Whether it's bad or not, we will know in a while. What's the use of panicking now?" The more dangerous the moment, the calmer Chu Yang's mind was. Chu Yang's eyes turned. He had already judged the current situation. Without a doubt, there was no chance of winning. Chu Yang and the sword spirit would have died a violent death in less than a round if they had fought normally. In all directions, there were a total of 7 zombies walking over mechanically. They slowly raised the weapons in their hands. There was a sharp whistling sound in the air again. A cloud of gray smoke swept past with a whoosh sound. The dense smoke twisted in the air, and the image of a thin old man in a long robe with a long beard fluttering in the wind slowly appeared. This old man who suddenly appeared was dressed like the people outside. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at Chu Yang and the sword spirit with a pair of cold eyes. There was actually a kind of cold and excited expression in his eyes. The sword spirit trembled. He was really scared. He didn't expect to encounter such a desperate situation when he just got the opportunity to become a human again. Could it be that his idea of becoming a human again was against the heavens, and the heavens didn't allow it? He didn't expect that this tribulation godly soul was actually a powerful one that had never appeared in history. It had reached the point where it was very human-like. Its cultivation was as if it was alive, and its wisdom was as complete as a living person. This kind of tribulation godly soul was completely capable of fighting against super experts at the saint level. Although its strength was only equivalent to a primary saint, it was already close to a supreme existence in the heaven imperial court. It even had an extra ability compared to a saint in the general sense. It was an almost indestructible soul that couldn't be killed, smashed, or destroyed. It couldn't be hurt at all, nor could it feel pain. Even if its body was completely smashed into pieces, it could be reassembled in the next moment. Moreover, its power was not reduced in the slightest. This was definitely a divine soul calamity that would give even a saint stage expert a headache. If the myriad soul body was a great tonic for the sword spirit, then the sword spirit was also the best tonic for this incomparably powerful divine soul in front of him. The sword spirit and Chu Yang had no power to fight back in front of such an existence. The Calamity Sword Master and Calamity Sword Spirit were already at death's door. How could they avoid death and prolong life? This was not the end of the crisis. The sword spirit and Chu Yang discovered something else almost at the same time. The moment the divine soul of the Calamity appeared, they felt a strong restriction. Yes, it was a restriction, not a suppression. If it was a pure suppression, then it would be a specific suppression caused by the other's cultivation, aura, and other aspects. However, the current situation was completely different. His body could still move freely, but it could only move within a radius of 3 feet around his body. His divine sense and internal breath could operate on their own, but they could not extend beyond the radius of 3 feet. But if he wanted to go out, it was completely impossible for his body, divine sense, and internal breath. Even if he wanted to go back to the space of calamity, he could not do so. Judging from the situation, it seemed that the entire space here had been sealed. The sword spirit's face changed dramatically. This time, they were really in trouble. Chu Yang's face also changed a little. He could not even return to the space of calamity. His biggest trump card could not be used directly. This matter was really serious, but he immediately calmed down. In such a vile situation where he was the meat on the chopping board, what was the use of panicking? The more panicked he was, the faster he might die. Even if he really entered the netherworld, it was better to be calm. In other words, this was the legendary dying to save face. But could it really be done like this? How many people in the world would die to save face? Even if they died, they would die in a carefree manner. Why didn't he just kill me directly? Chu Yang thought quickly. Could it be that he wants to know something? This was the most reliable inference Chu Yang could think of. Or he has not seen a living person here for too long and is very lonely? Another unreliable but barely plausible inference. Or is there any other reason? It should be like this. If it were me, I would have collapsed long ago if I stayed in a place where I could not get out for hundreds of thousands of years. Loneliness and solitude were the greatest enemies of mankind. Even the divine spirit of the calamity was not exempt from this. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind, but his face remained calm. Since he did not die immediately, there was still a chance. Although the chance in front of him was very slim, it was still a chance. The crisis might not necessarily be unable to turn into a turning point. As long as the other party had some motive, he might have a chance of survival. The calamity soul that had suddenly floated out waved its hand, and the advancing zombies and puppets immediately stopped in their tracks. They stood there mechanically, motionless, as if they were made of wood and clay. Then the divine spirit of the calamity walked down from the sky step by step with his hands behind his back. He wore a long robe, and his long beard fluttered in the wind. His face was thin, and his spirit was hale and hearty. This demeanor, this bearing, this was clearly that of a peerless expert, a peerless genius. But from the situation in front of him, no matter how one looked at it, this was clearly a living person. However, this living person was clearly just formed by the smoke. This series of transformations was completed in front of Chu Yang and the sword spirit. Chu Yang's psychological quality was indeed very strong. He could still maintain a calm expression at this time, and even smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. "Senior, we have a great destiny to meet today." The divine spirit of the calamity looked at Chu Yang and unexpectedly smiled like spring water. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, you are right. You and I are indeed fated. This old man has been trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years, and now I have finally seen you alive. If this is not a great destiny, then what is it?" The divine spirit of the calamity spoke in a somewhat gloomy and dry voice at the beginning, and even stuttered a little. But after a few sentences, the gloominess in his voice was removed, and he became fluent. This was probably because he had rarely spoken in hundreds of thousands of years. No matter who it was, they would be very lucky if they didn't become mute after hundreds of thousands of years. It was extremely rare and precious to be able to speak like this divine spirit of the calamity. Moreover, the voice of this divine spirit of the calamity became calmer and more amiable, and even more mysterious. At the same time, the shock in Chu Yang and the sword spirit's hearts was even more intense. This person's strength is really terrifying. I really don't know what level he has reached. However, Chu Yang felt more at ease about this change. It doesn't matter even if the strength of this divine spirit of the calamity is stronger than expected. His strength has long exceeded the scope of what I can resist. So, what does it matter if he is a little stronger? On the contrary, he has already created an opportunity for me to turn the situation around by talking to me in such a pleasant manner. The divine spirit of the calamity casually pointed at him, and the sword spirit only felt that there was another layer of imprisonment on him. He couldn't even speak and could only stand there in a daze. Let's have a good chat now. This little soul is more or less a hindrance here. If it wasn't for the fact that I need to devour his soul, I would have killed him right now. The divine spirit of the calamity smiled faintly, and his voice was clear and elegant. This junior is very honored to have Elder invite me. Chu Yang laughed. To have the opportunity to have a good chat with Elder is a great opportunity that only comes once in hundreds of thousands of years. There are countless people in the world, and only I can have this kind of fate. Of course, you should feel honored because you have such a heaven-sent opportunity to give your body to me. Your body will be able to shake the world and become a mighty being in the world. You will be able to live forever. How can I not feel honored? The divine spirit of the calamity said somewhat mockingly. Chu Yang said politely, so this is Elder's plan? I naturally feel honored to be able to give my body to Elder. But may I ask, if I give my body to Elder, how should I give it to you? And after I give it to you, where should I place my soul? I believe that if I give my body to Elder, Elder won't treat me unfairly, right? The tribulation divine soul chuckled. Little one, you're quite bold. You're quite whimsical. At this juncture, you actually dare to bicker with this old man and even bargain with me. Chu Yang laughed, daring. Of course. Bargaining will lead to death. But don't you think you won't die if you kneel and beg for mercy? Since I can't escape no matter what, I might as well fight. If I can get a few words out of you, it's also a bargain. In front of Elder, getting a few words out of you is probably the limit of what I can do. Good. Well said. The divine spirit of the calamity revealed a look of appreciation. You are so young. It's rare for you to be so tough. When I devour your soul, I will let you suffer less. I might as well give you a quick death. But in the end, your soul will still be destroyed and you will never be able to recover. Elder can still think for me at such a juncture. This is really rare. Chu Yang said with inexplicable gratitude, Elder must have been a good person when you were alive. Others wanted to consign him to eternal damnation, and he actually praised them as a good person. Chapter 2087. I thought that senior had a whole new level of respect for me long ago. Speaking of which, I'm a bit careless. They all say that I'm different from others. It's senior's luck to meet me. However, since the situation has reached such a stage, can I be more honored? Chu Yang smiled amiably. The sword spirit was truly in awe of Chu Yang. Chu Yang was already at such a stage of certain death, but he could still talk cheerfully and wittily. Even his expression didn't change at all. Could it be that his nerves were made of iron? No, even if they were made of iron, they would have melted at this point. The divine soul tilted his head and looked at him with interest. This little one is really interesting. Since I'm about to be devoured and my divine soul will be destroyed, and I'll be consigned to eternal damnation, may I have the honor of knowing Senior's name? Chu Yang smiled politely. May I know Senior's name? Even if I die, I'll be a ghost who knows. I believe Senior won't refuse to grant such a small wish. Haha, little one, do you know what it means to have your divine soul destroyed? You actually want to be a ghost? Do you think you still have a chance to be a ghost? The divine soul laughed and mocked him. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the previous bickering and was unwilling to accept it. Now that he had a chance, he immediately took revenge. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Although the cultivation of this divine soul was high, his spiritual attainment might not be that good. Immediately, the tribulation soul seemed to become sentimental again, and a look of melancholy appeared on his face as he muttered, "This old master is now a tribulation soul. So how can I still have the face to mention my past name? The past is like dust, and the years are like smoke. I've disgraced my ancestors." Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "The opponent is strong, but it's not a fault to fight. Even if I fail at the last minute, being able to live like this for hundreds of thousands of years and quietly feel the passage of time is not necessarily another kind of cultivation. This is not necessarily not a rare luck. As for whether it's bad luck or good luck, it depends on the person." The divine soul showed a look of approval in his eyes. He looked up to the sky and sighed. "That's right. This is also another kind of cultivation. Bad luck? Good luck? It's a matter of opinion." He stood there a bit dejectedly for a while, and actually said with a bit of reluctance, "This old man hasn't spoken for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I am able to chat with you. It is fate that brings us together." Chu Yang said very understandingly, "Junior can accompany Senior to chat for a while." Tribulation's divine soul sighed. "You are a sensible child." He was silent for a moment before he said, "Now, I wonder what year it is in the outside world. Is the Emperor of the Eastern Royal Heaven still Shuelehan?" Chu Yang said, "I really haven't calculated what year it is outside, but the Emperor of the East is indeed Shuelehan. There's no doubt about that." Ha ha ha. The divine soul's expression suddenly changed. From a kind-looking old man, he suddenly turned into a ferocious ghost. However, she changed back immediately and actually smiled lightly. "Shuelehan is indeed worthy of being the Emperor of the East. You are indeed wise and powerful." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. She obviously couldn't keep her cool, but she was forcefully suppressing it. This was also something that could be made use of. Then he thought to himself, looking at her change, could it be that this fellow is very dissatisfied with Shuelehan? Could it be that Shuelehan killed her? He smiled amiably and said, "But although the Emperor is wise and powerful, sometimes the things he does are unavoidably unfair. Sigh, Senior, you haven't gone out for so many years. Even if I tell you some things, you won't know. So it's better not to say it." Tribulation's divine soul smiled lightly and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. How can we judge the right and wrong of such a top figure?" He didn't seem to be anxious about this topic at all. Chu Yang said, "That's right. May I ask, Senior, what sect was originally here? Why didn't I see any sect symbol when I came in this time?" He actually managed to divert the topic away. Tribulation's divine soul's peaceful expression finally showed some displeasure. He said lightly, "No matter what sect it was, it has already been destroyed and turned into dust, annihilated in the annals of history. What's the point of mentioning its name now? So, on the day I woke up, I destroyed all the symbols here that could prove my sect's identity." "I see, no wonder, no wonder." Realization dawned on Chu Yang. He casually flattered him. "Senior is indeed wise." Tribulation's divine soul looked at this little fellow coldly. But now he felt annoyed no matter how he looked at him. Back then, when his sect was massacred, the Emperor of the East, Shuelehan, stood by and did nothing. This matter had always made him bear a grudge, and he couldn't let it go even after his death. Even though he transformed into human form again, he still bore a grudge. Naturally, he couldn't wait for someone to say more bad things about Shuelehan. Although he didn't mind it on the surface, in his heart he hoped that Chu Yang would say more bad things about the Emperor of the East. But Chu Yang actually refused to mention it. Why did he feel that this bastard was pleasing to the eye just now? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Has His Majesty the Emperor of the East made any new moves in these years? Tribulation's divine soul asked. This sentence was actually trying to get to the bottom of it, hoping to find something to vent his anger on so that he could use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Chu Yang shook his head blankly. With an honest and sincere expression, he said, "Senior, I've actually just ascended to the heavens. It's only been a few days. Even if it's the Eastern Royal Heavens, my knowledge is extremely limited. I really haven't heard anything about His Majesty the Emperor of the East's moves." Tribulation's divine soul's face twitched. He really had an impulse to curse. Before his death, he had cultivated himself very well, and his cultivation was high. Naturally, his willpower was also very strong. But after transforming into a divine soul and going through hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness by himself, he actually felt that he was becoming more and more impatient. It was as if his original calmness had gone to who knew where. He actually became irritable and easily angered. In just a short while, he actually wanted to kill so many times. But he really couldn't bear to kill Chu Yang just like that. After all, no one had spoken to him for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he was talking to someone, he felt a surge of emotions. There was an indescribable excitement and even a sense of novelty. Next, Tribulation's divine soul began to ask Chu Yang about the general situation of the outside world. Chu Yang answered all these questions seriously, but under the cover of his honest and sincere expression, there were endless lies. Every word that this guy said was a complete lie. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Now that the world outside has gone through a series of battles, the number of experts has fallen. Someone like me can't be regarded as a first-rate or second-rate expert, but I can barely be regarded as a third-rate expert. Chu Yang spoke without thinking. What? With your trashy strength, you can be considered a third-rate expert? The Calamity Divine Soul was truly shocked this time. The small ant-like strength in front of it, at best, had just broken through to the heaven stage, but it was already considered a third-rate strength. Then, what level of martial arts in the outside world had fallen to? No wonder Senior is so shocked. Actually, I've also flipped through many ancient records. The records recorded the glory of countless supreme experts of the past. Given Junior's strength, I'm only slightly stronger than an ant. But now, the number of geniuses in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms has dwindled. Given Junior's strength, the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms have already invited Junior to join the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Chu Yang was clearly addicted to making things up. The more he argued, the more ridiculous things became. I say, little, even if you want to boast in front of this old man, shouldn't you say something more reliable? With your little bit of strength, the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens actually invited you to join? Do you even believe your own words? Tribulation's divine soul was angered by Chu Yang's words. Although Junior's strength is weak, I have a clean background and my strength can be considered passable. Hence, the Eastern Royal Heavens have already invited Junior several times, but Junior is truly afraid of bringing trouble to myself. I've politely rejected every time, because, according to the rumors, the Eastern Royal Emperor Shuel Leihan suddenly brought up the matter of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor again and offended the sage monarch. I heard that he is now heavily injured, and it's not a blessing for him to be associated with the Eastern Royal Heavens. Chu Yang sighed. Of course, this might just be a rumor. How would a minor character like me know the real situation? Shuel Leihan is heavily injured. For the matter of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Tribulation's divine soul suddenly became agitated as if he had eaten an aphrodisiac. Are you serious? What happened to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Zi Hao. Chu Yang was instantly speechless. He always spouted nonsense, but at this moment he actually didn't know how to continue. How many years had it been since the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zi Hao, died? It seemed to be at least a few 100,000 years, right? And this divine soul that had been buried for a few 100,000 years actually didn't know that the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor was already dead. Chu Yang's heart was cramping. This guy, how many years had it been since he died? Could it be more than 1,000,000 years? Of course, in such a space, one couldn't sense the passage of time at all. Perhaps even this divine soul didn't know how many years had passed. You don't know about the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Chu Yang was speechless. Tell me, what happened to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Tribulation's divine soul suddenly became a little crazy. His eyes shone with an extremely violent and bloodthirsty look as he shouted, "What happened to Zi Hao? Speak. Hurry up and tell me. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll swallow you alive." Suddenly, with a boom, his body exploded abruptly, turning into countless ferocious ghost heads, circling wildly in the air. Countless heads, all hideous and terrifying, roared toward the sky together. Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zi Hao. What happened to him? What happened to him? Hurry up and tell me. Tell me. At this moment, he had completely gone crazy. Chapter 2088. Although Chu Yang's expression was still mostly fake, his body was actually drenched in cold sweat. It was not that Chu Yang was not brave enough, but it was really the first time he had seen such a phenomenon in his life. Thousands of ghosts appeared, right in front of him. A timid person would have already passed out from such a scene. His mind was full of thoughts, and for a moment he did not know how to speak at all. This person definitely knows the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds himself. He was actually so shocked and agitated when he heard about Zihao. Then, is this person a friend or a foe of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds? If he made a wrong judgment at this time, judging from how impulsive this guy was, he would immediately lose his life. No matter how much he could say, it would be useless. One wrong word and the door to death would open. From the fact that he kept calling him Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, or Zihao, and did not use honorifics, the two of them should not be friends. Chu Yang thought quickly, at least not brothers, and there was only impatience in his voice, not a hint of worry. This means he is an enemy. Say it. Why are you still not saying it? Countless ferocious heads roared together, their voices shaking the world. What exactly happened to Zihao? He is dead. Chu Yang said in the calmest tone. His soul has completely dispersed. As for the details, it is not something I can know. Dead. The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds. Zihao is dead? And his soul has dispersed? The spirit of the tribulation screamed in disbelief. Even the countless ghosts' heads shook violently and turned into black smoke at this moment. It was misty. It could be seen how big of a shock this news was to him. Then, a cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang again. From what you know, tell me in detail. How exactly did Zihao die? How did he die? How did he die? The voice was hurried, and in the end it directly connected without stopping. Chu Yang frowned and said, You are so close to me. I am a little out of breath. The black smoke immediately retreated 15 meters and transformed back into a huge ghost head. Its mouth seemed to be even bigger than the head, and it roared at the sky. I've retreated. Hurry up and tell me how he died. How he died. How he died. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space was filled with ghostly cries, and demons were dancing wildly. Black smoke filled the air, covering the sky and the earth. An extremely sinister aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. Looking around, other than the area within 30 feet that was barely visible, the rest of the area had sunk into an extremely dark place where one could not even see their own fingers. Chu Yang could clearly hear the rapid beating of thousands and tens of thousands of hearts. However, apart from himself, there was no other living being in this place, including the sword spirit. The sword spirit didn't have an organ like a heart. What was going on? However, the changes weren't all negative, because Chu Yang also had another feeling. This feeling made Chu Yang extremely happy. This change was that the space seal controlled by the tribulation spirit seemed to show signs of loosening. It seemed that the tribulation spirit didn't realize that there was a problem with its control due to its agitation. However, this small gap was far from enough for Chu Yang to escape. However, Chu Yang's heart had already calmed down a little. At the very least, there's hope. With this little bit of opportunity, there's still a chance. Sure enough, the weakness is my mental strength. It's my determination. Although he had heard the sword spirit talk about the terror of the tribulation spirit before he came in, he really didn't expect that the tribulation spirit could be so terrifying. This adventure was enough to make Chu Yang unforgettable for the rest of his life. It was definitely the closest he had come to death in his 2 lives. There was no other. Even just now, he was already prepared to die with a smile. Not to mention the death in his previous life. That was a real death, not a close one. From what I know, combined with all the legends of the Heavenly Imperial Court, the death of the Heavenly Emperor of Zishaobak then was really the creation of an eternal legend. Chu Yang tidied up his mood and slowly said, he told the tribulation spirit about the changes in the legend of the Heavenly Emperor of Zishao that he knew. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to tell the tribulation spirit everything, but 70% of it was true. As soon as he opened his mouth, the tribulation spirit's entire person suddenly quieted down, listening to every word with rapt attention. He was afraid of missing out on a little bit. It could be seen how urgent and serious he was about this information. After attracting all of the divine soul's attention, Chu Yang tried to add a little bit of the power of bewitchment to his voice. If this little bit of power was compared to the total amount that Chu Yang could use, this little bit of power of bewitchment was definitely less than 1%. But Chu Yang really didn't dare to increase it. If this wasn't already the limit of his control, he would have even reduced it a little, because once it was detected, he would really be dead. But he could not use it at this moment. This was probably his only chance to escape, where the opportunity was, where the chance of survival was. This time, the tribulation spirit only cared about listening to the heavenly emperor of Zishao, and really didn't notice this. He didn't need to worry about an ant like Chu Yang plotting against him. If he dared to plot against him, he could plot against him. From his point of view, Chu Yang would definitely not be able to escape from here. He could slowly play with him. Even if he played for decades, it wouldn't be a problem. How many years had it been? No one had accompanied him to talk. No one had accompanied him to pass the time. He was really so lonely that he was going crazy. The extraterrestrial demons invaded the purple cloud heavens on a large scale. The heavenly emperor of Zishao led his troops to resist. Chu Yang's voice was full of emotion and was very infectious. The tribulation spirit listened quietly and didn't interrupt at all. It was as if he was fascinated by it. It's a pity that in the end he was alone and without help. All his troops died heroically in battle. Even though the heavenly emperor of Zishao was tyrannical beyond compare, he still couldn't escape in the end. This is the cause and effect. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. The tribulation spirit also let out a long sigh. The black fog shook, but he returned to the appearance of an old man. He looked up to the sky for a long time before he murmured somewhat absent-mindedly, "Died heroically in battle. Died heroically in battle. How is really dead? He's really dead. How can he be dead?" The tribulation spirit was silent for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly he exploded. He beat his chest and stomped his feet. He looked up to the sky and roared, "How can he be dead? Why did he die like this? Why? Why?" This sudden roar made Chu Yang feel as if his head had been shaken. He was immediately dizzy from this extremely loud roar, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The tribulation spirit was still shouting and yelling. How shouldn't have died like this. He shouldn't have. He should have died in my hands. He should have died in my hands. How? You damned executioner. Why did you die? The tribulation spirit's expression became even crazier. He tore at his own hair and stomped his feet. His face was ferocious, and his body went through thousands of illusions. He yelled, "If you're dead, who are the 78,000 or so wrong souls who are going to take their lives? You should have died in my hands. You should only have died in my hands." The tribulation spirit looked up to the sky and roared. Chu Yang's heart shook. This sentence finally made Chu Yang understand. It completely connected all the causes and effects in this place. It turned out that this place, this super sect, this calamitous divine soul, this realm of the divine source, was actually destroyed in the hands of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. It was the heavenly emperor of Zishao who turned this place into what it was now. In the end, he even used the soul-suppressing stone to completely suppress it. If not for his accidental actions that day, perhaps this realm of the divine source would still be sealed for a long time. At this moment, the tribulation spirit was unusually agitated. Black smoke drifted over and over. It could be seen that the agitation in his heart was already uncontrollable. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed Chu Yang's neck. Then it lifted him up. "Bastard, is what you said just now true? Is it true or not?" Chu Yang's feet left the ground. He smiled bitterly and said, "Elder, this is a big matter that the whole world knows. How would I dare to lie? What you said makes sense too." The tribulation spirit loosened his hand and threw Chu Yang to the ground. He said angrily, But what if the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao is dead? That bastard, that demon executioner, that inhumane butcher, he's already dead, and he actually died with the title of a hero. What kind of bullshit legend did he create? How can there be such a good thing in the world? That damn bastard, he's still a hero even when he's dead. This isn't fair, it's not fair. The heavens are unfair. The tribulation spirit roared at the sky. He pointed at the sky. Heavens, you're unfair. You're unfair. You're unfair. Ah! He began to scream hysterically. Chu Yang became more and more anxious, because, although this tribulation spirit was now in a state of frenzy and even a little unconscious, and the space seal had weakened further, Chu Yang still couldn't move at all. If he was still unable to escape before this terrifying fellow regained his senses, then, when he truly faced this opponent, there wouldn't even be the slightest bit of luck. Back then, after 300,000 years of accumulation in front of the Heavenly Storm sect, we finally became a super sect. But just because we killed the family of Zi Hao's sworn brother's descendant, we incurred such a terrible revenge. The soul of the calamity suddenly quieted down and muttered to itself in a somewhat dejected manner. Its voice was very soft, but within that soft voice there was an infinite amount of violence. Zi Hao was bored and passed by here, but what does this have to do with him? Why did he meddle in other people's business? On what basis? On what basis? When he said the last 3 words, on what basis, he let out another earth-shattering roar. Chu Yang grinned. You killed the family of his sworn brother's descendant, and you still have the nerve to say that it has nothing to do with him? What kind of logic is this? But he finally knew that this sect that had disappeared in the annals of history was called the Heavenly Storm Sect. Chapter 2089. Zi Hao is here to look for trouble, to seek revenge. This old man is not an unreasonable person, so I will not go against you. As long as he revealed his identity, I would have handed over the culprit. But that hateful Zi Hao actually concealed his identity and came here, purposely making us misunderstand and let us attack him first. Then he took the opportunity to fly into a rage and completely wipe out my entire sect. Hateful, hateful, despicable, shameless. The divine spirit continued to shout. Chu Yang thought to himself, looks like this old fellow is also the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He stopped fighting once he revealed his identity. If he didn't reveal his identity, he became despicable and shameless? This is really shameful logic. Is this the legendary hooligan theory? If you have something to say, say it. Why talk about identity? It's obviously you who are despicable and shameless, but in the end, it's others who are hateful and despicable? What kind of logic is this? The hateful emperor of the East actually stood aside and watched. He didn't help my sect at all. He even completely blocked off the news here. The divine spirit shouted agitatedly. Chu Yang thought to himself, Shui Leihan and Zi Hao are close friends. Why would he help you? He's already giving you face by not making a move. On second thought, he couldn't help but laugh. If I still have to trouble the 2 emperors to make a move together, that's really giving them too much face. Even if I die, I'll be famous forever. What are you laughing at? The divine spirit was very sensitive now. Seeing Chu Yang smile, he couldn't help but shout, What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Chu Yang laughed. It's rumored that the emperor of the East, Shui Leihan, and the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, Zi Hao, are sworn friends. That's right. Of course. That calamitous spirit's attention was instantly drawn. It roared furiously. Otherwise, how could he watch us perish and not do anything about it? This is collusion between officials and bandits. This is corruption and perversion of the law. This is black-hearted, despicable Shui Leihan, hateful Zi Hao. I heard that when the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, Zi Hao, died in battle, Shui Leihan once had a conflict with the Saint Lord. Chu Yang said, the soul of the calamity held its breath in an instant. What conflict? The tone of its voice was somewhat cautious. I don't know. My status isn't high, but I heard that after that incident, the Eastern Royal Heavens and the Saint Lord became somewhat estranged. Chu Yang spoke without thinking. And just a few thousand years ago, for some unknown reason, the Saint Lord suddenly caused a ruckus because of this incident. In a fit of rage, the Saint Lord actually personally took action and fought a great battle with the Eastern Royal Emperor, Shuel Leihan. The divine soul of the calamity cried out in alarm. How could there be such a thing? Suddenly, he hurriedly ran all over the place to vent the excitement and shock in his heart. There's actually such a thing! The Eastern sovereign and the sage were battling, courting death, courting death, courting death. This is too fun. Ha ha ha. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. To be able to gloat to such an extent, this guy is really something. His current appearance was completely different from when he first appeared. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Chu Yang would not have dared to believe that this evil-looking skull in front of him was that immortal-looking old man from before. Quick, tell me how they fought in the end. The divine soul of the calamity was extremely excited. One moment it turned into countless skeletons, the next moment it turned into a huge ghost head, and the next moment it turned into black smoke all over the ground, twisting and changing constantly. One moment it turned into a bee, and the next moment it turned into a bee. Back then, I heard that the divine technique that Shuel Leihan used as his trump card was called something like the Great Moon Technique. Chu Yang spouted nonsense. It's the Eastern Sovereign Sun and Moon Technique. The divine soul of the calamity hurriedly added. Then the sage roared, Hey, look at my chrysanthemum divine technique. Chu Yang was already rambling. What chrysanthemum divine technique? The divine soul of the calamity said furiously, It's the Red Cloud's divine technique. Yes, it's the Red Cloud's divine technique. The two of them fought for more than half a year. In the end, the sage was more skilled. The Eastern sovereign Shuel Leihan was scared out of his wits and fled with serious injuries. From then on, the Eastern sovereign heavens began to be suppressed. Batches of experts died. Chu Yang's saliva flew everywhere. Now, even someone like me has given me very high conditions. There's actually such a thing. Jie Nan's divine soul was stunned and speechless, believing it to be true. In other words, Zi Hao is really dead. The soul of the calamity murmured. Of course, Chu Yang felt his spiritual power fluctuating more and more. His heart relaxed a little, but as soon as he said that, the soul of the calamity went crazy again. He shouldn't have died. Extraterrestrial demons are nothing. Zi Hao should have been killed by me. He should have been killed by me. You should be swallowed by me bite by bite. His soul should have been completely scattered, and he should have been consigned to eternal damnation in my hands. Chu Yang could feel the effect, but he still couldn't do anything and couldn't move. He couldn't help but frown. It seemed that he had no choice but to take a risk. If you were given such a chance, are you sure you would be his opponent? Chu Yang suddenly mobilized his cultivation. This time, he used 100% of his bewitching power to suddenly ask this question. The soul of the calamity was stunned by this sudden question. Even his eyes were a little perplexed. This wasn't a trick. He was really bewitched by Chu Yang, but he was still immersed in the shock of the death of the heavenly emperor of Zishao. You weren't his opponent when you were alive that day, and even your entire sect was destroyed by him with a few sword moves. You actually want to kill him with your own hands? You're really indulging in fantasy, aren't you? Chu Yang's words became more and more vicious, and more irritating. Is it because you saw him die that you suddenly became awe-inspiring? You're really awe-inspiring. You bastard. Bullshit. Your mother's bullshit. The soul of the calamity stomped his feet and cursed. His expression was extremely ferocious. Countless skulls popped out like bubbles, and every mouth was cursing viciously. Hee, senior. You're clearly seeing that he's already dead. No matter how awesome you say it, it's impossible for him to come and kill you. So you're shaking your head. You're really awe-inspiring. This junior prostrates himself in admiration of you. The first half of Chu Yang's words seemed to be praise and criticism, but the second half of his words turned sharp. But what I admire is your despicableness, your shamelessness, your vulgarity, and your despicableness. As the saying goes, shamelessness is invincible in the world. You're invincible in talking now. You, what are you talking about? What did you say? What did you say? Can you say it again? The soul of the calamity was completely stunned by Chu Yang's words. He never thought that Chu Yang would dare to scold him like this in front of him. Not to mention now, even in the past, even when he was fighting Zi Hao, he had never been insulted like this. He was so angry that he was stunned. Why else would I say that you're invincible in the world? You're so thick-skinned. You actually want to hear it again. Unfortunately, I don't have the time. A coward like you, a villain who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a bastard with no moral integrity, a trash who specializes in hindsight. How can you still have the face to live in this world? If I were you, I would have found a crooked tree and hanged myself. Yes, it seems that this place is indeed not in this world. That's why you can struggle at death's door for so long. Even if I scold someone like you, it's embarrassing. Bah! Chu Yang was also completely throwing caution to the wind. If he didn't completely mess up the situation, he could only wait for death. Now, this guy's rage seemed to have begun to slowly subside. Once he really returned to his calm state, Chu Yang would really disappear from this place forever. The only way was to provoke him, and he had to provoke him completely. And the best way to provoke him completely was to start with the thing that he didn't want to face the most in his heart and magnify it to the greatest extent possible. Otherwise, how could he provoke a super old monster who had lived for at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years? Chu Yang's method was undoubtedly effective. In fact, it seemed to be very effective. The tribulation divine spirit was about to go crazy at this moment. He was so angry that black smoke was coming out of his head. Well, this wasn't an adjective. Black smoke was really coming out of his head. You're courting death. The tribulation divine spirit looked at Chu Yang and the sword spirit ferociously. I originally wanted to keep you for a while longer to relieve this old man of loneliness. I didn't expect you to be so reckless, since you're deliberately courting death. This old man will fulfill your wish first. Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I'll kill you slowly and play you to death bit by bit. You're fucking giving me back. Chu Yang scolded him contemptuously. Even your body has been sent flying. All that's left is a cloud of fog. You still think you're a fucking human? Bah! Look at your ghost-like appearance. It makes me want to vomit. You still want to play old man? What old man are you using? Do you have that thing? Now that he was on the verge of death, Chu Yang was really going all out. What he should say, what he shouldn't say, what he could use and what he couldn't use. He used all of them. There was no other way. Who asked him to have no strength now? He could only rely on his mouth. Ah! The tribulation divine spirit was obviously extremely angry. He roared furiously and rushed over, overflowing with murderous intent. There was an awe-inspiring aura of death all around. Chu Yang kept provoking the tribulation divine spirit with his mouth, but in fact he was burning with anxiety. Although the space seal had loosened a little, it still didn't open. A saint-level space seal was indeed extraordinary. Under such intense emotional fluctuations, even under the situation where he didn't care at all, it still didn't loosen. The tribulation divine spirit had already come close to him. With a hideous smile, he grabbed him with one hand. Little one, it's rare for you to scold so happily. Today, this old man will definitely let you enjoy the fun. In the many years that this old man has lived, I've had a lot of very special experiences. You'll also completely taste the unprecedented special treatment. In the future, you'll definitely experience a kind of extreme feeling in this world. This kind of feeling is called living a life worse than death, begging for death, but not being able to. It was already close at hand. Chu Yang was still at his wit's end. The crisis was imminent. Chu Yang's mind suddenly moved. He suddenly closed his eyes and roared, "Big brother, Zi Hao!" Suddenly he felt weak all over. A man's promise was easy to say, but it was really fucking hard to do. I'm slapping my own mouth now. Chapter 2090. The Divine Spirit was stunned. What? Chu Yang laughed. I didn't expect you to really believe it. It's so satisfying. Ha ha ha. You've been deceived. Do you really think that the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud is dead? Ha ha. You childish bastard. He's not dead? The Divine Spirit's mind was in a mess. Not only is he not dead, he's behind you right now. Chu Yang roared. Big brother Zi Hao, kill him quickly. This is the best chance to kill him. His eyes stared straight behind the divine soul of the calamity. His face was filled with surprise and joy, as if he had just survived a disaster. Ah, the divine soul of the calamity shuddered and suddenly exploded. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? He suddenly rose from the ground and fled frantically. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud flattened the Heavenly Storm sect with one sword. The power of that sword had scared him out of his wits. He still had lingering fears. Although he was full of hatred and couldn't wait to kill his enemy, if the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud really appeared, this divine spirit would definitely run faster than anyone else. After hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness, he had already forgotten the ways of the world. Chu Yang was in a state of absent-mindedness and extreme rage when he shouted. Moreover, Chu Yang had used his 100% bewitchment technique regardless of the consequences. So he naturally became vigilant. At the same time, his heart became extremely flustered. Just as the soul and heart of the calamity fell into a state of panic, a gap suddenly appeared in the space seal that was originally seamless and without any gaps. A gap finally appeared. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He struggled with all his might and shouted, "Go!" He reached out and pulled the sword spirit, who was locked and couldn't move from the beginning, into the space with unparalleled speed. The divine spirit turned back, but found that the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud wasn't behind him. He knew that he had been deceived and shouted angrily, "Stay!" The divine spirit's reaction was really fast. One of his hands turned into black smoke and chased after them at an unimaginable speed. He actually followed closely behind Chu Yang and the sword spirit. Before the space could close again, he followed them in. He grabbed Chu Yang's waist even more tightly. Chu Yang only felt a strong force pulling him. He didn't have the ability to resist. He was shocked. He shouted, "Sword spirit, you go first." He knew that if he was caught this time, there would be no more luck. He reached out and pushed the sword spirit into the tribulation space, and was about to fly out with the big hand. Otherwise, if the divine soul really chased them into the tribulation space, neither of them would be able to survive. However, it was at this moment that an unforeseen event occurred. A miserable howl suddenly resounded from outside. Then the unprecedentedly powerful pulling force disappeared in an instant. Because Chu Yang had resisted with all his strength earlier, he was still pouncing forward with all his strength this time. The pulling force disappeared too quickly. With a plop, Chu Yang slammed into the sword spirit. The two of them turned into rolling gourds at the same time, rolling far away in the tribulation space. There seemed to be a big black hand on Chu Yang's back. It was tightly holding Chu Yang's waist, but it was slowly turning into a black fog. For some reason, the giant hand formed by Calamity's divine soul was actually broken. It was as if he had been cut in half by a sword. Chu Yang was full of surprise. Who saved me? who had such great ability to cut off the Calamity's divine soul's hand with a sword. But at this moment, the tribulation space had been closed again. Even if Chu Yang had heavenly guts, he didn't dare to open it again. He didn't even dare to look back at the outside world. The Calamity's divine soul's ability was really too terrifying. Who knew how high his spiritual sense was? Even if he was in the tribulation space, he might not be safe. Safety first. In fact, it was already a blessing to be able to reach this point. There was no need to take any more risks. Chu Yang subconsciously took a few breaths. His mind calmed down a little. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out all over his body. In an instant, his clothes were drenched. During this period of time, Chu Yang seemed calm and unperturbed. In fact, how could he not be afraid? It was just that he had been forcibly suppressing and enduring. Now he was finally safe for the time being. Thinking back to the fear in his heart, he still felt as if his soul would scatter at any time. It was too close. It was really too close. Bean-sized beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead. His entire body was trembling. Even his hands were shaking. His face turned deathly pale. Then it turned waxy yellow. Then it turned ashen, and finally it turned deathly black. He had been changing his face for a long time, and he slowly recovered after a long while. The sword spirit was even worse than Chu Yang. The Calamity's divine soul suppression on his power was several times more than Chu Yang's. After all, their characteristics were more similar. After entering the tribulation space, in the familiar environment, he finally recovered. His mind settled down. Moved, the sword spirit plopped down on his knees. Lord Sword Master. For a moment he was choked with sobs. Although he was completely restrained from the beginning, it didn't affect his vision and hearing. Of course, when he saw Chu Yang even sacrificing himself to protect him, his heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down anymore. Chu Yang had always said that he treated the sword spirit as a brother. The sword spirit had always been moved. However, he couldn't help but doubt. Is this true? The previous sword masters only treated me as a sword spirit, a tool. Are you really that good? Or is it just a way to win me over? But at this moment, the sword spirit didn't have the slightest doubt in his heart. A sword master who could use his own life to fight for the sword spirit's life. A sword master who could do this. Even in extreme danger at the last moment, he could still instinctively protect himself. What else was there to doubt? Chu Yang said weakly, "Sword spirit, can you be moved later?" "I can't move now. I don't even have the strength to speak." "Don't be moved first. I really don't have the strength to talk or argue with you." As he spoke, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. When he was outside, his internal organs were continuously shaken by the Calamity's divine soul's terrifying sound waves. In the end, he had to resist using all his cultivation to activate the bewitching power. Under the other party's unintentional but powerful reflection, even his body and divine soul had been seriously injured. It could be said that since Chu Yang's debut, he had never suffered such a serious injury. Being able to sit now was already the best he could do. He didn't even have the strength to speak. It was definitely not a lie. "See if there's any way to get this big black hand off my waist." Chu Yang coughed. "It's so stuck that I feel uncomfortable." "Yes." The sword spirit hurriedly stood up. Seeing this big black hand that was gradually dissipating, the sword spirit's eyes shone with a dazzling light. A soul like the sword spirit was a great tonic for the Calamity's divine soul. But on the other hand, the Calamity's divine soul was also the best tonic for the sword spirit. It was just that the sword spirit wasn't a threat to the Calamity's divine soul at all. In essence, it was just a matter of who was stronger. But there were no absolutes in the world. For example, at this moment, the half arm that was stuck to Chu Yang's body was in a state of continuous dissipation. It was equivalent to a broken supertonic without any will or resistance. How could the sword spirit not be excited? Just by swallowing this arm, the sword spirit's cultivation would instantly double, or even more. How could the sword spirit be polite? He fiercely and impatiently pounced forward. Chu Yang frowned, but he could clearly feel that the buckle on his waist was getting looser and looser. He kept thinking, what's going on? Why did the black hand suddenly break? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Oh, right, the Calamity sword went out to collect elixirs and was always outside. Could it be the Calamity sword's doing? But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Although Chu Yang knew that the Calamity sword was extremely sharp, it depended on who it was facing. With the current power of the Calamity sword, it didn't seem to be able to deal with the Calamity's divine soul at all. Not to mention cutting off one of the Calamity's divine soul's arms. So what was going on here? Chu Yang, who was chewing 2 heavy pills to treat his internal and external injuries, was puzzled. Well, I'd better try to recall the Calamity sword now. If the Calamity sword was lost here, my loss would be too great. Just as Chu Yang entered the Calamity space, a sword light suddenly fell. Like a thunderbolt, it instantly cut off the Calamity's divine soul's arm that had already entered the Calamity space. The sword energy was so sharp that it was really unparalleled. It directly destroyed all the divine soul's vitality in that arm. The Calamity's divine soul let out a tragic scream. Ah! It hurriedly retreated, retreating a full 3,000 feet. It opened its eyes in fear and looked in front of it. At this moment, it didn't even dare to transform into black fog again. Because this sword could actually devour, this was undoubtedly a strange sword. It shone with a cold light, as if there was a color that wandered back and forth on the sword. It could be said that its appearance was extremely good. The Calamity's divine soul looked at this sword with extreme fear. It could clearly feel that this sword contained an enormous and unparalleled power. It didn't even feel this kind of power from the purple cloud, heavenly emperor back then. The Calamity's divine soul didn't doubt that this sword could easily destroy it. How could there be a divine sword with such power in this world? How was this possible? That sword was the Calamity sword. The Calamity sword shone with an awe-inspiring cold light. It swayed in front of the Calamity's divine soul in a contemptuous manner. The sword tip was crooked, and the way it flew was disorderly. There was no order to it at all. It seemed that it could be easily knocked down by just reaching out. But the Calamity's divine soul didn't dare to move at all. Not to mention moving, it didn't even dare to move half of it, for fear of provoking the divine sword. Its eyes followed the sword back and forth. The Calamity sword's body shook, and a blurry shadow slowly appeared on it. Although the shadow was blurry, its eyes were filled with an unprecedented ferocious aura. It looked fiercely at the Calamity's divine soul and said sinisterly, "Fuck! You sure have guts, you second-rate brat." Chapter 2091. The white-bearded elder in black stomped his feet and sighed. At this moment, he wanted to tear Yuan Shetu into pieces. How could such a strong person be threatened by others? You can beg him, you can admit defeat, you can even beg for mercy. But you absolutely can't be coerced. And you're using a woman that you snatched to threaten a super strong person. This Yuan Shetu is really out of his mind. It was the most unsuitable path, but he had chosen to take it. Of course, the white-bearded elder in black was completely wrong. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to negotiate, but he really couldn't hear anything now. Besides, it was too late for any conditions now, because Chu Yang had already launched his ultimate move. Once this move was used, everyone present was destined to go to the Yellow Springs together. Chu Yang cruelly walked all the way. He swung his sword all the way, destroying everything in his path. He was invincible. Blood rained down from the tribulation sword. In front of him there were still people. For the time being, there were still people. Behind him there were all corpses. Along the way, a river of blood flowed behind them. Every one of them had died miserably as one could imagine. In front of Chu Yang, There were only 30 to 40 people left. Everyone's face was ashen. Even though everyone here was an expert among experts, and everyone had killed countless people before, witnessing this clean massacre with their own eyes today still made them tremble in fear, especially when many of the people who were killed were at the same cultivation level as them. They couldn't resist at all and were slaughtered like chickens. Perhaps the next moment, it would be their turn. They would also die miserably like those people before them. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. It was a horrible nightmare that they never wanted to have. They all hardened their hearts. If they were lucky enough to survive today, they would definitely make Yuan Shete's life a living hell. Damn it, this bastard is killing us. Yuan Shete still grabbed Tai Butian and subconsciously retreated slowly. His face was completely drained of blood. He had already realized that he had really poked a hornet's nest this time. He had hit a super iron plate. He was already regretting it. But no matter how much he regretted it now, he couldn't change the fact. He couldn't save anyone's life. Everyone attacked together. The black-clothed, white-bearded old man shouted, "Now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. We can only fight with our lives on the line. Only by moving forward bravely can we have a chance of survival. Send some men to protect the young master. Hurry up and leave. Put that woman down. Don't hold on to her anymore. If you bring her back, perhaps the entire ink cloud sky will fall into a nightmare." The black-clothed, white-bearded old man nearly vomited blood as he cried out. If Yuan Shete didn't have that identity, they definitely wouldn't care about it and directly hand it over. But now, they absolutely didn't dare to do so. Even if he were to die this time, he wouldn't dare. Immediately, someone flew out to pick up Yuan Shulu. "Young master, let's go." "Leave? Where should we go?" Yuan Shu asked helplessly. "Damn it, put this woman down. I'm begging you." That person grabbed the unconscious Tai Butian and said angrily, "Run." He pulled Yuan Shete and was about to escape. But at this moment, Kong's murderous aura suddenly rose sharply. That aura that could destroy heaven and earth also suddenly rose to the extreme. Everyone seemed to have suddenly fallen into a nightmare. They were muddle-headed and couldn't move at all. Cha-cha-cha! Chu Yang's footsteps sounded like a death knell. His cold eyes didn't move, and the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth was still as cold as a knife. "In this world, who dares to snatch my woman?" Chu Yang looked up to the sky and roared violently, "Who dares?" The members of the ghost hunter stood stiffly and couldn't move at all. They were like wooden statues, and they all had an urge to cry out loud from the bottom of their hearts, although they had seen many deaths. But to be implicated and die in such a sullen manner was too unjust. Everyone had already received the news that such a big incident had happened here. Not only Ink Cloud Sky and the other two big sects had already arrived. Even Yin Tian and Shuexian had also rushed over. Looking at the hell-like scene in front of them, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Other than shock, there was only horror. In such a strange and infinitely terrifying situation, Chu Yang was directly the god of death that no one could resist. At this time, who dared to stand up for the ghost realm? Who dared to stand up for Yuan Shu too? That was directly seeking death. Not only seeking death, but also dying miserably, never to be reincarnated and beyond redemption. Even Mo Yuntian's other two big sects, after seeing the situation, everyone felt insecure and kept quiet out of fear. They were afraid that Chu Yang would implicate them. Who would dare to step forward? What's more, it was Yuan Shete who was in the wrong first. He snatched someone else's woman, so he naturally had to bear the other party's revenge. Why would others take the blame for him? Why? Besides, whose woman couldn't he snatch? There were so many people in the world, and Yuan Shu too wanted to court death. There was nothing to say. No matter what he did, he had to pay a price. Yuan Shu too had never met such a tough person before. That was his luck, and of course, there was no price to pay. But it was different this time. Or it could be said that his luck had come to an end. Naturally, he had to pay the price in full. There was no suspense in this matter. Looking at the situation, Yun Tian's expression was unusually heavy. Chu Yang was only at the heaven level before. This was confirmed by many people. But now his cultivation has suddenly increased by so much. It's actually so strong that even a heaven-level expert can't resist. Could it be that he had been holding back all this time? Did he really hide so much? So much? This is really hard to say. If his real strength is like this, it's reasonable that we can't see through it. The Sky Sword Union's elder beside him was shocked. It's just that such a terrifying, murderous aura is unheard of in this world. It's hard to say what Chu Yang's real strength is, but I think it shouldn't be to this extent. I reckon that the reason why he can be so strong now should be because he used some kind of mysterious secret method to activate some kind of powerful force for his own use. But we still don't know what it is exactly. We can only come to a conclusion after seeing Chu Yang's performance after battle. Once this force is released, Chu Yang will die or be seriously injured. This means that although this force is powerful, it has a huge flaw or drawback. But if Chu Yang is safe and sound in the end, it means that Chu Yang's real strength has already reached such a level. His usual self is just a layer of disguise. The Sky Sword Union's elder's voice was heavy. If it's really the latter result, it means that Heaven Imperial Court has another expert who is almost comparable to Di Iho. Then, Heaven Imperial Court will be in a lot of trouble from now on. Yun Tian took in a breath of cold air. His pupils shrank. Please don't let it be the latter result. Otherwise, how could he compete with Chu Yang? Yun Tian said softly, if Yuan Shitu is really killed by Chu Yang, what will the consequences be? That elder smiled bitterly. This is foreseeable. With Yuan Shitu's identity, Mo Yuntian will definitely face a disaster. None of the people from the two big sects who came here will be able to survive. Moreover, these three super sects will definitely suffer a great loss. Yun Tian frowned and said, what about Eastern Royal Heaven? That elder pondered. That will depend on whether Chu Yang is dead or not. But Chu Yang's forces will definitely be destroyed. Chu Clan's courtyard will become a pile of rubble. It's just a matter of time. If Chu Yang really borrowed the power of heaven and earth after this battle, he will probably die until everyone in Chu Clan's courtyard is dead. If Chu Yang survives, the Eastern Royal Heaven will be plunged into a calamity. A catastrophe created by Mo Yun Tian and Eastern Royal Heaven. Yun Tian smiled and said, His Majesty Eastern Royal Heaven will also not tolerate it. If Mo Yun Tian wants to behave atrociously in Eastern Royal Heaven, he's more or less still lacking. And Eastern Royal Heaven still has the advantage of being the landlord. That elder nodded and said, however, if Chu Yang doesn't die, how much attention will he receive? Yun Tian smiled relaxedly. No matter what, it's always a good thing for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. That elder took a deep breath and said, yes, so we must get what we want as soon as possible and send it back as soon as possible. Yun Tian pondered and nodded slowly. At a place far away, dreamlike veranda, Mo Qingwu inexplicably cried out in alarm. She had been practicing her martial arts, but her petite body suddenly fell from the sky without any warning. She felt a sharp pain in the pit of her stomach. She almost couldn't breathe. At this moment, her heart actually missed Chu Yang endlessly. She missed him so much that she almost wanted to die. The next moment, her heart suddenly twitched with pain. Mo Qingwu screamed and fainted. While she was unconscious, Mo Qingwu seemed to have a dream. It was a dream that she didn't want to recall. She dreamed that she had returned to the purple bamboo forest in her previous life and was ambushed. Then, Chu Yang rushed over and fought her to death. Suddenly, Mo Qingwu's heart felt empty and sad. Suddenly, there was another wave of dizziness. It was as if she had changed into another space. There was no one in the surroundings. Everything was hazy and white. Is anyone here? What is this place? Where is this place? Emo Chingu shouted, but no one answered. There was silence. It was frighteningly empty, just as Emo Chingu was feeling puzzled. She suddenly saw a figure in front of her. She focused her eyes and saw that Chu Yang had suddenly appeared in front of her. She was looking at him deeply. It was as if he had turned into an illusion. Chapter 2092. It didn't matter how strange Chu Yang's appearance was, as long as Chu Yang was here again. Before that, nothing else was important. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang didn't answer Emo Chingu. Instead, he looked at her affectionately. He looked at her in an unusual way. It was full of longing, reluctance, and guilt. Chu Yang, what's wrong with you? Did something happen to him? You. Emo Chingu instinctively realized that something was wrong. Taking a closer look, she realized that Chu Yang was covered in blood, and there seemed to be fresh blood dripping from his body. That was Chu Yang's own blood. Chu Yang was injured. Who hurt you? Emo Chingu, who realized this, cried out in heartache. It was even more painful than if she were injured herself. She stepped forward, wanting to hug Chu Yang. But Chu Yang shook his head slightly and took a step back, avoiding Emo Chingu. Chingu, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Chu Yang's voice was full of affection and guilt. No, you don't have anything to be sorry about. Tell me, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Tell me. Emo Chingu rushed forward quickly, but Chu Yang was always 3 feet away from her. They were so close, but it was as if they were at the end of the world. He just floated there, looking at her affectionately. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Chu Yang said softly, Chingu, do you know how much I like you? Back then, you died for me, and I was so heartbroken. After the battle on the Wind Thunder platform, when I died, I had already completely repented. The most precious thing in the world is you, and I've already lost you. At that time, I swore that if there was a next life, I'd dance with you. I swore that if there was a next life, I'd only love you, I'd only like you, and you'd be my destined wife, Chu Yang said slowly. Emo Chingu only felt waves of pain in her heart. She was a little flustered, as if the most beautiful thing in her life was leaving her. No, don't say any more. I understand. I only want you. Chu Yang, nothing else is important. As long as you're good, everything else is fine. I'm already very satisfied now, really, really satisfied. Chingu will accompany Juanqing. I'll never regret it in my life. No, I want to say it. Let me finish. Chu Yang's eyes focused on her face as he slowly shook his head. Ever since I was reborn in this life, I have made up my mind to protect you. I will do everything in my power to protect you. I will reverse our destinies. I will go against the heavens' will and accompany you for the rest of my life. I want to marry you and be together for all eternity. But in the end, I didn't keep my promise. I broke my promise again and again. I'm sorry, Chingu. I said that I wouldn't make you sad, but I didn't do it. Butian, that day was an accident. I didn't know that she was a girl. That day, I was drugged with an aphrodisiac. At the moment of my death, she saved me. She used her innocence to save me. Then, she gave birth to a son for me. I can't. Chan was deeply in love with me, but I didn't accept it. It was because of you. At that time, I only wanted to give you the most complete part of me. But I didn't think that I already owed someone too much. When Chan died to save me in the upper 3 heavens, my heart wavered again. Chingu, I'm sorry. It turns out that I'm also a sentimental person. Or maybe I don't deserve to use the word sentimental. Take it as me finding an excuse for myself. Chu Yang smiled gently. In his smile, there was affection, helplessness, and no regrets. Later, when I found out about Butian, I became even more confused. I also can't let her down. I have to bear the responsibility of a man. So, I have to let you down. This is unfair to you. As a husband, as a father, I don't think I can't bear the most basic responsibility to them, just because I have to uphold the oath and promise I made to you before I died in my previous life. That would also be unfair. My final decision is to go against that oath. I'm only sorry to you. I once wanted to use my entire life to make up for my guilt and regret. I've also decided no matter what, I'll make you happy, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. I've actually broken my oath once again. Isn't my integrity very bad? Mo Ching Wu's tears flowed down. I know, Chuyan, I really know. I know everything. Although I'm also angry and I've also lost my temper with you before, I really don't blame you. I cherish our 2 lives of love more than anyone else. Chuyang, please believe me, I really don't blame you. Your sincerity is very good. I've always believed in it. I know. Chuyang sighed with relief. He said with a bit of melancholy, I really know. I'm even more sorry that I can't even give you that most basic happiness now. I'm a terrible man. I'm going to disappoint you. Mo Ching Wu's body swayed. She suddenly felt as if her heart was breaking into pieces. You, what's wrong? What's wrong? Everything happened too suddenly. Butian was captured. I wanted to save her, but the enemy was really too strong. So strong that it exceeded the limits of my abilities. Butian, I used a forbidden technique that I can't use. I'm destined to die. It's coming. Chuyang smiled and said, Qingwu, don't blame Butian. Butian is also my woman. Qingwu, for you I can do anything. For you, I can disregard life and death. But for her I can also. I just hope you don't blame me. Please don't be angry with me. Chuyang smiled and looked at her affectionately. His body slowly flew back, and his speed gradually increased. Qingwu, in the future you must take care. You must take care. Don't go, don't leave me. Mo Ching Wu screamed crazily. Her tears flowed like a fountain. Chuyang, don't go. I'll listen to you in the future. I won't be angry with you. I can accept anything, just don't go. Don't go. It's too late. Chuyang's blood-soaked body slowly blurred, but his eyes were still smiling affectionately. Qingwu, I really love you. I'll love you forever. Don't go. You liar. You said that you'd accompany me forever. You said that you'd marry me. You said it. You solemnly promised it. Mo Qingwu chased after him crazily. If you dare to leave, I'll never forgive you. I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Don't even think about leaving me alone. Don't go. Qingwu, take care of yourself. Chuyang's body was like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared thousands of miles away. Qingwu, my most beloved, take care. His voice lingered in the air and still reverberated in their ears. But Chuyang's figure had already disappeared. Liar! You liar! Woo, woo, woo! If you dare to leave, I'll die in front of you. Don't even think about leaving me alone. Mo Qingwu scolded him crazily, wailing. Chuyang, don't go. She suddenly woke up with a start, only to find her master looking at her with concern. Qingwu, wake up. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Mo Qingwu looked around blankly, only to find herself lying on the bed. It turned out that she had a dream, just now a nightmare. But how could this dream be so real? She obviously didn't want to think about it at all, but all the scenes were vivid in her mind. She didn't forget a single detail. The feeling of the dream was completely brought to reality. Her tears were still falling, and the throbbing pain in her heart was still continuing. She was still terrified, still in despair. What's wrong with me? Why is it like this? Why did you suddenly fall down when you were fine? Are you hurt? The beautiful woman looked at Mo Qingwu worriedly. Mo Qingwu gasped for breath. Suddenly, she jumped up. Master, I want to go out for a while. Go out? Where are you going? The beautiful woman was puzzled. Mo Qingwu, who was running out, suddenly stopped. She was at a loss. Yes, where am I going? Where is Chuyang? I don't know at all. How can I find him? Where can I find him? Heaven and earth are vast. In the vast and boundless heavenly imperial court, Finding a newcomer who just ascended was like finding a needle in a haystack. Mo Ching Wu looked around blankly, only feeling that she was the only one in the world. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart again. She spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Chuyang, Chuyang! Don't go!" She fell down stiffly. "As long as you don't die, as long as you don't leave, I'm willing to give my life back to the heavens. What's the harm in exchanging a life for a life?" "Chuyang, don't go, don't die." Mo Ching was unconscious. Her body kept convulsing. She kept calling out silently, calling out to the person on the other side of her heart. "What happened to you?" "Jiangnan." Small courtyard. Zi Xieching got up in shock. Suddenly, her heart was in a mess. Somehow there seemed to be someone talking, but it was so vague. She couldn't see clearly. She frowned and pondered. She wanted to see clearly, to think and understand, but there seemed to be a cloud of fog in front of her, covering her eyes and her heart. Her heart started to throb violently. Zi Xieching snorted. She bent down and covered her chest. Her eyes were full of panic. She realized that her heart was in a complete mess. What's going on? All of a sudden, she remembered something. It was at this time that, for some inexplicable reason, she thought of Chuyang. She thought of the poem that she had left behind when she left. "Hidden in the high clouds and the wind, I travel alone to the ends of the world. If we meet again in the clouds, I ask you to sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan." Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She murmured, "What happened?" A voice said softly, "The fallen flowers are like a dream. Dreams are empty. The vanity of the mortal world, the fallen flowers in dreams. Big sister Z, take care." In her mind, Chuyang's figure disappeared quickly. Chapter 2093. A strong, ominous feeling shrouded Zi Xieching's heart. She stood up in annoyance and paced back and forth in the courtyard. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She was at a loss. A young man in white suddenly rushed in. "Miss Z, what happened?" Zi Xieching frowned and said, "What happened in the Heaven Imperial Court during this period of time?" The young man in white scratched his head and said blankly, "Where did it happen? I don't have any." Zi Xieching said impatiently, "Then the person I asked you to investigate last time, have you found anything?" "No." The young man in white was a little ashamed. But before he finished, he was kicked out by Zi Xieching. Although Zi Xieching's temper was a little irritable, she was usually very restrained. At this moment, for some reason, she suddenly couldn't control her anger. "You can't even investigate one person. What kind of demon are you?" The young man in white was confused. He was about to explain when he saw that Zi Xieching actually ignored him. She just frowned and muttered to herself, "What happened to you? What happened to you?" Lower, 3 heavens. Palace. Emperor Taiyang suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. "What happened? What happened? Why?" He suddenly felt that he was infinitely lonely, as if he had lost his greatest protection in this world and became an orphan without any relatives. "Don't abandon me." The little emperor suddenly burst into tears. In another place, in the Heaven Imperial Court, no matter what the Tribulation Brothers were doing, they suddenly became orderly and solemn at this moment. Mo Tinji threw out the copper coin of destiny and hurriedly calculated. Everyone felt uneasy and missed Chuyang immensely. What happened? Cha, cha, cha. Chuyang was still walking forward coldly. His footsteps were consistent and clear, just like an ordinary person walking. His eyes were calm and his face was calm. There was no fluctuation at all. He just walked forward step by step. But the Chuyang now was so terrifying. He was like the death god walking in the mortal world. Everywhere he passed, there was only endless silence. The tribulation sword in Chuyang's hand was actually shining with blood. After every step, at least 7 or 8 ghost clan experts would be killed and their souls would be destroyed. "Brothers, I said that I would create a legend with all of you. It's a pity that I have to leave first. You have to be well. All of you have to create your own legends. Chu Yang's ashen eyes looked forward. Now, there were only 5 people left. The 5 of them were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They looked at Chu Yang with fear and trembled. One of them was Yuan Shetu. Yuan Shu, too, was the young master of Mo Yuntian after all. Even though this incident was caused by him, as long as he was still the young master, the ghost hunter and the others had to ensure his safety first. Even if they had to exchange their lives for his safety, they had to do it. This was the sorrow of the lower position. As for the other 3, they were the ones who had gone to the Chu clan's courtyard to cause trouble. The reason why they were able to survive until now was partly because of their strength, and partly because of their status. They were the few people with the highest status in Mo Yuntian's group, and also the strongest few. However, at that moment, the 3 of them all had ashen faces, and despair flickered in their eyes. Everyone else was dead. As the main culprits, they were at least accomplices. How could they be forgiven by this killing god in front of them? However, under such heaven-suppressing might, he could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting. He could only stretch out his neck and wait for death. This kind of feeling made people go crazy. In the 3 people's desperate eyes, Chu Yang strode forward without saying a word. He raised his sword, and the sword in his hand fell down. The sword light flew up. The 3 strongest experts of the ghost hunter still had no room to resist. Their heads flew up high, and blood spurted out from their necks. Such a horrible scene made the scalps of Shuesian Haibo and the other experts tingle. These 3 people are real experts, and they are definitely not inferior to me. However, these 3 people, the experts of the 3 experts, were killed without any ability to resist. Even if it was killing a chicken, there would be a struggle. However, when killing people, even this struggle process was omitted. The 300 to 400 people from the other 2 super sects who belonged to Mo Yuntian all turned pale. The thousands of people around them were all controlling themselves, and did not dare to let themselves make any sound. They did not even dare to breathe. Yuan Shu, too, looked at Chu Yang in horror. His whole body was shaking like an old sow sifting chaff. His heart was already filled with regret. Isn't it just a woman? Where can't I find her? Even if I can't find a Purine body, I can find another one to replace her. Why did I have to provoke Chu Yang? I've already been killed by him once, and I still want to provoke him. I'm really looking for death, and I'm looking for death again and again. Spare me, spare me. Yuan Shu, too, retreated step by step in panic. He was already speaking incoherently. Other than these 3 words, he could not say anything else. Chu Yang held his sword and walked forward coldly. He was completely indifferent. The last of the 5 survivors was the black-clothed, white-bearded old man. Until now, he was still able to maintain his composure. It was obvious that his temperament was good. The old man sighed and said loudly, "Sir, we are indeed in the wrong in this matter. However, you've already killed so many people. I believe you vented your anger. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? If you're still dissatisfied, we're willing to compensate you. We can accept any price. We just want to appease your anger. How about that?" Chu Yang looked at him coldly. He did not respond at all and continued to walk forward. The black-clothed, white-bearded old man took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Sir, you have to consider carefully. Once you do something, there's no turning back. Your cultivation is indeed earth-shattering, but my young master is not an ordinary person. My young master is—" Before he finished speaking, he saw a sword light flashing. The black-clothed, white-bearded old man looked at the long sword in disbelief. It was like a brilliant flowing light that could catch up with time. It crossed the boundary of time and space and pierced into his heart. Chu Yang did not allow him to finish his last sentence. Blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chu Yang blankly and said, "You'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. Whether the previous Chu Yang would regret it because of today's matter, This answer was uncertain. However, the current Chu Yang would definitely not regret it, because the word regret was meaningless to him now. Chu Yang coldly held the long sword horizontally and cut open the old man's chest. With a swoosh sound, the old man's body turned into two pieces and fell to the ground. With a poof, it turned into black ashes. In front of him, there was only one Yuan Shetu. He was the last person of the Mo Yuntian ghost region. "Don't kill me." Yuan Shetu suddenly burst into tears and knelt down. "Don't kill me. I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The sword light flashed. One of Yuan Shetu's arms fell down. With a scream, Chu Yang said coldly, "Snatching my woman?" This was the first time Chu Yang spoke since the start of this massacre. Yuan Shetu screamed loudly. His whole body trembled and his soul left his body. Poof! With another sword strike, Yuan Shetu's left shoulder also fell down. Chu Yang said lightly, "Rushing to my house to snatch my woman?" Yuan Shetu was already moaning and crying. He was saying something meaningless. The sword light flashed again. Both of Yuan Shetu's legs were broken at the knees. Before he could scream, Chu Yang had already pierced his crotch. He said coldly, "Even if you're dead, you're not qualified to be a man anymore." Everyone's scalp went numb as they watched, but no one dared to act rashly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yang slowly dismembered Yuan Shu Lu bit by bit. Pieces of flesh flew out, and pieces of bones were picked out. They were picked clean and placed on the ground one by one. But Yuan Shetu couldn't die for a while. He really couldn't die even if he wanted to. He could only howl and scream there. His mind was clear as he endured the bloodiest punishment in the world. Chu Yang stabbed his sword mechanically. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't have any specific thoughts at all. He only remembered one thing. This guy was his mortal enemy. At this point, the destructive force finally began to fade. Chu Yang also slowly felt that his body was a little weak. His mind that had completely disappeared before was also gradually recovering. His thoughts flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood the whole story. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He stabbed his sword into Yuan Shetu's throat. The power that he exchanged with his life was about to disappear. He couldn't let any change happen again. With a spin of the sword, Yuan Shetu's head flew up. Die. Then, the sword light flashed violently and a bright light overflowed. Yuan Shetu's head turned into pieces in midair. His flesh and bones were all turned into powder. The killing finally came to an end, but the onlookers didn't relax at all. Chu Yang slowly turned around. His cold eyes slid across the faces of the experts who were watching the battle. No matter who he saw, that person couldn't help but turn his face away. This kind of ferocious and cruel gaze made everyone tremble in fear. In front of Chu Yang's chest, blood flowed out again from the huge wound. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his vitality and spiritual power were flowing away bit by bit. They were flowing away completely uncontrollably. He was about to leave this world again. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart and thought, "This life is really much stronger than the previous one. Since I, Chu Yang, started my career, what I care about the most is my family, my women, and my brothers." Chu Yang endured the dizziness. He looked at everyone's faces with cold and sharp eyes. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, looking down at the heroes and the world. Blood dripped from the tribulation, sword, and fell to the ground. There was complete silence all around. "This is my bottom line," Chu Yang said softly. "Whoever dares to take a step forward will have the same consequences." He pointed the tip of his sword at the messy corpses in front of him. There was a pool of blood and flesh on the ground. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Let's settle our grudges first. What's there to be afraid of?" Shuexian's face turned pale. Chapter 2094. Their two clans originally had an excellent opportunity to become friends with Chu Yang. but they chose to stay out of it, and now they were being reprimanded by Chu Yang and even had to worry that he would settle scores with them. This feeling was so suffocating that it could drive one crazy. How did a pauper feel when he realized that a mountain of gold had slipped through his fingers? That was the feeling the two of them were feeling now. Not only that, they were also afraid that the mountain of gold would crush them to death at any time. Blood flowed faster and faster from the wound on Chu Yang's chest. That invincible power was also dissipating rapidly. Gradually, he couldn't hold on any longer. Chu Yang stood upright. Slowly, he felt that even his eyes were becoming a little blurry. He swayed a little and lowered the tip of his sword to support his body, not allowing himself to show any weakness. So, I actually can't bear to die either. Chu Yang laughed bitterly in his heart. Chu Yang! A shrill cry rang out. It was Tai Batian who had finally woken up. Seeing Chu Yang just standing there, she cried out in fear. Chu Yang finally relaxed. He raised his head reluctantly. Tian Tian! He only felt a violent wave of dizziness wash over him. He fell down as if a mountain of gold had collapsed. Tai Batian pounced over as if she didn't care about her own life. She hugged Chu Yang's weak body and said sorrowfully, "How are you?" "You. Don't scare me. Your injuries. Heavy pill. Where's the heavy pill?" Tai Batian used her hands to cover Chu Yang's wound in vain, as if trying to stop the rapid outflow of blood. However, the blood continued to gush out, dripping from the gaps between her fingers. Tai Batian burst into tears. Her hands clutched Chu Yang's chest tightly, not knowing what to do. Don't die. Don't! Her face was full of tears as she shook her head frantically. The current Tai Batian didn't have any of the demeanor of a ruler. She was just a pitiful girl who was about to lose her true love. She didn't know what to do. She was in despair and sorrow. "You're all right. That's great." Chu Yang's voice was extremely weak, but he smiled in satisfaction. "I was afraid that I would be too late. I'm fine. Nothing must happen to you two. Absolutely nothing must happen to you. Promise me. Your medicine, hurry up and take it." Tai Batian burst into tears. "I can't do it anymore." Chu Yang smiled like a child. "I used my last move. It's a move that can take any enemy down with me. Even heavy pills won't be able to heal this injury. Tian Tian, I'm sorry. I won't be able to protect you from now on. No. No. No." Tai Batian shook her head frantically. "I need you to protect me. What I will always need your protection. Don't leave me. Don't be naive." Chu Yang said softly, "Tian Tian, you've always been a strong person. You must look after our family and our children." He forced his eyes open and looked at Tai Batian gently. "When you see Qian Qian and Qinggu in the future, tell them to take good care of themselves." Tai Batian suddenly felt that her heart was suddenly empty. It became empty. The world around her disappeared. Only Chu Yang's words were left. Each and every one of them was like a huge hammer pounding on her heart. For a moment, she was suddenly at a loss. It was as if her body was also floating weightlessly. Actually, men should be like this in the first place. Chu Yang chuckled and looked ahead in a daze, but he could no longer see anything. Dying in order to protect is a worthy death like a man. Don't cry, don't cry. I like your smile the most." Chu Yang forced himself to reach out. There was a smile on his face, as if he wanted to wipe away the tears at the corners of Tai Batian's eyes. His fingers were getting closer and closer, but his hand was halfway there when it suddenly fell limply. The smile on his face also suddenly froze. It didn't move anymore. "Chu Yang!" Tai Batian let out a heart-wrenching roar. But Chu Yang still maintained the smile on his face and didn't react anymore. Light flickered on the tip of the Calamity Sword as if it was jumping, as if it was grieving. All of this indicated that the master of the Calamity Sword had fallen in the heavenly imperial court. Tai Batian looked on blankly. Suddenly, She smiled foolishly. Husband, the road to the Yellow Springs is long. Are you afraid to walk alone? I know you're not afraid. You've been afraid of anyone and everything in this world. But I'm really afraid to be left alone. Without you in this world, I'm really afraid. I'm afraid of everything in this world. Tai Batian said gently. She took the Calamity sword from Chu Yang's hands and held it in her hands lovingly. The sharp edge of the Calamity sword cut her delicate hands. Blood flowed out, but she didn't seem to feel it. She stood up slowly. She hugged Chu Yang. Chu Yang's body was huge, and his legs were especially long. More than half of them hung in the crook of her arms. I, Tai Batian, was once the leader of the world, but I'm still a woman with a husband. Tai Butian's expression was perplexed but firm. I have my own husband. No matter where he is, whether he's dead or alive, I'll accompany him. How can I let him walk alone in the Yellow Springs? A wife treats her husband as her sky. When my husband dies, my sky will collapse. Tai Batian smiled miserably. Since the sky has collapsed, what's the point of living? What's the point of dying? Husband, I can't care about others, and I don't want to care. But I'm really afraid. Please take me with you. Tai Batian smiled miserably. She raised the Calamity sword and stabbed it into her own heart without hesitation. Life and death follow you. The Calamity sword suddenly flickered with a dazzling light. Thick blood gushed out from Tai Butian's chest. Much of it flowed into the wound in Chu Yang's heart and merged into one. Tai Batian held the Calamity sword with both hands and stabbed it into her own chest. She hugged Chu Yang and slowly sat down on the ground. She gently placed Chu Yang's body on top of her, afraid that it would hurt him. Let's go together. Let's go together and never be separated. Tai Batian grabbed her unfathomable phantasm jade and crushed it with a loud smack. The ordinary-looking woman on the stage immediately disappeared and was replaced by a peerless beauty who could topple countries. Tai Batian smiled sweetly. When did my husband become so proud? It's too embarrassing for him to accompany him with such a face. At this moment, I'm showing my true face to the world to accompany him to the netherworld. She lowered her head slowly and looked at Chu Yang's face affectionately. She said lovingly, "Let's go together." Her body trembled slightly and suddenly stopped moving. The Emperor of Iron Cloud was going to walk with her lover. Everyone around was so shocked that they were speechless when they saw this soul-stirring scene. Yun Tian bit his lip and watched Tai Batian commit suicide. A hint of regret and guilt flashed across his eyes. Then he secretly exhaled. Chu Yang's sword technique was indeed a forbidden technique that would end in mutual destruction. This terrifying enemy of his was finally dead, but did he die in his own scheme? The others also had different expressions and emotions. When Chu Yang used his heart's blood to destroy all tribulations, the sword spirit was completely useless. At this moment, the sword spirit was in the tribulation space with a resolute face. If that's the case, if the tribulation sword master can't break through the heavenly tribulation, do I have to start all over again and serve another mediocre tribulation sword master? After Chu Yang, who else in this world can be worthy of my attention? Moreover, this is my brother. He saw me as a brother and treated me with sincerity. Now that he's dead, how can I just disappear with the tribulation sword? Wait for the next reincarnation. Forget it, I'll go with you. The sword spirit lay down slowly and gathered his nirvana divine fire in the depths of his soul. He was just waiting for the tribulation sword master to die and the tribulation space to collapse. Then he would also disappear. He wouldn't stay in this world anymore. The sword spirit sneered. If such a person can't do it, who else can? I won't serve you anymore. I've lived for so many years with my brother. I've had enough. In the tribulation sword, the shadow tore his hair anxiously. How can this be? How can this be? How can this be? If he came out first, Chu Yang wouldn't have died. But after Chu Yang used his heart's blood to destroy all tribulations, even if he came out, it would be too late. It would be useless. Using my heart's blood to destroy all tribulations was an irreversible, ultimate, forbidden technique. If it wasn't for the high price which required the exchange of all life, how could the person who used this technique have such unimaginable and terrifying power? Even if he came out, he couldn't change the fact that all tribulations were destroyed. At least, he didn't have the ability to do so. According to his knowledge, there were only 2 people in the entire universe and the chaotic sky that were capable of turning such a situation around. But those 2 people weren't here now. In other words, Chu Yang was dead. In the distant starry sky, on a blue planet, a white-clothed young man who was fishing by the sea seemed to have noticed something. His gaze passed through the endless space, and he muttered to himself, "You are also like this? Not bad, not bad." Beside him, a beautiful woman who didn't seem to be from this world asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Continue fishing, haha." The white-clothed young man smiled and moved the fishing rod in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. A big fish has taken the bait. The beautiful woman beside him couldn't help but roll her eyes. With your cultivation, if you want to catch fish, you don't even need to blow. At most, you just need to glare, and all the fish in the sea will float up with their bellies facing up. But now you're actually fishing here slowly, and you're so excited after catching a fish. Who are you trying to fool? Only a ghost would believe you. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes and wrinkled her delicate little nose. She snorted and turned away. This flirtatious way of rolling her eyes made the white-clothed young man stunned. He looked at her lecherously. The fishing rod in his hand slipped out of his hand and was dragged away by the fish in the sea. Chapter 2095. Heaven Imperial Palace. Outside Purple Cloud City. Chu Yang and Tai Batian hugged each other as they collapsed together. The blood that flowed out of their hearts gathered together and flowed in a meandering manner. Seeing this scene, everyone slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble completely disappeared. This terrifying person was finally dead. Fortunately, he was dead. Otherwise, this world would probably be in chaos. At the side, Yun Tian Mo Lu, Zi Huang, and the others' expressions were even more complicated. Seeing one of their old enemies die in front of them, and in such a heroic and domineering way at that, all of them had mixed feelings and were indescribable. There was only one thing to be thankful for. They finally didn't have to fight against this terrifying person. However, they were more or less disappointed in their hearts. Clean up. Yun Tian heaved a long sigh. Although Chu Yang is dead, but he is still a man worthy of our respect. Help him to be buried properly. Suddenly, a voice that was accompanied by a faint smile rang out. Who said he is dead? Everyone was startled. Then they realized that a white-robed person had appeared at the scene unknowingly. No one realized how he had appeared. He had suddenly appeared here, as if he had always been here from the beginning to the end. This white-robed person stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, blocking everyone's line of sight from Chu Yang and Tai Batian. All the experts, including those who were facing this white-robed person, could only see his back view. There was a layer of faint white light on his body. Through this white light, only a figure could be seen. Even his figure couldn't be seen, let alone his face. This was originally a situation that shouldn't have happened, but it had happened just like that. Everyone even had an inexplicable feeling that this was how it should be. It was as if this was how it should be. Many of the people present were tyrants of the current era. They had strong minds and instantly sensed that something was amiss. They subconsciously used their divine senses to spy on the white-robed person in front of them. However, they shockingly discovered that this person had an extremely tight layer of defense on his body, which blocked off all divine senses from prying. Anyone who tried to spy on him would feel an intense pain, as if their divine senses were being burned by fire. A wave of intense fear instantly attacked everyone. A pervert had just died, and now another one like this had appeared. They were both indescribably powerful. No, although Chuyang was strong, there was still a limit. He probably hadn't surpassed the limit of a saint. However, this white-robed man was truly unfathomable. He was far beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge. The white-robed man picked up Chuyang and Tai Butian's body with one hand and grabbed Tai Butian with the other. Then he insipidly said, "Everyone should go back early. Help me inform everyone that tonight's auction will be changed to tomorrow night. All the rules will remain unchanged." Then he straightened his body and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. Just like that, he casually jumped into the air and disappeared just like that. Only corpses were left on the ground. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Everyone had seen it clearly, but they were all puzzled. Chuyang and Tai Butian were clearly dead. Moreover, their souls had been scattered. The auction definitely needed Chuyang to preside over it, but Chuyang was already dead. So, how could there still be an auction? Also, that white-robed man had clearly said that Chuyang wasn't dead. However, thousands of eyes here had seen that he was completely dead. How could he still be alive? Could it be that everyone's eyes were blind? For a moment, everyone felt a little dizzy. Of course, the most dizzy thing was, who exactly was that white-robed man? Why did he suddenly appear here? Moreover, he was so ridiculously strong, so unfathomable. On infinite, boundless mountain, a white shadow flew over at high speed. There were so many people on the mountain, but no one had noticed it. That person's speed was really too fast. It had already exceeded the limit of what humans could sense. At most, in 1,000th of an instant, the white-robed man had already reached the top of the mountain. The long sword that was sealed under the soul-suppressing stone shone with a cold light. Without any warning, it was pulled up automatically. That white shadow didn't say anything and grabbed Chuyang and Tai Butian's bodies and flew in. The long sword of the sword intent was pulled back again. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because everything had happened too quickly that no one had noticed the difference between the two of them. Under the soul-suppressing stone, in the land of the God Source, Jie Dan's divine spirit was flying here and there. Chuyang and that extremely terrifying fellow had already left. Wasn't he the one who had the final say here? At least he had peace. There was no god of plague around. Just this benefit alone was enough. How comfortable was that? Although it was definitely a little lonely here, it was still better than being ravaged by others, right? After the previous incident, Jie Dan's divine spirit, who was originally excited and couldn't wait to get out, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. For a moment, even his heart turned cold. Although he didn't have that organ now, he still felt a chill in his heart. It was no different from the past. It's really too dangerous outside. A random heaven-grade puppet already has such a terrifying backer. I don't know what even more terrifying things are out there. I'd better stay here. Just as his thoughts were running wild, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Wind. Jie Dan's divine spirit looked at the sky suspiciously. There hasn't been any wind in this space for so many years. Why is there wind now? What's going on? Then he saw that the fellow who had just gone out not long ago had returned, and he was lying on the ground without a sound. When Jie Dan's divine spirit saw someone, he was suddenly shocked. Tears were about to burst out of his eyes. Although he didn't have any tears, he still subconsciously transformed his soul power into soul liquid to express his excitement. In an instant, he felt as if hundreds of thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Ancestor, why are you back again? It's not fun here. Didn't you take all the good things away? Why are you back? It's not that I don't welcome you. Didn't you see my tears of excitement? I was so excited to see you back. But there's really nothing left. When he went forward to take a look, he was shocked again. Oh my God, how did this happen? How did it become like this in such a short time? As far as the eye could see, Chu Yang's eyes were tightly closed. There was a smile on his face, but he wasn't breathing at all. If he wasn't breathing, it would be fine. But there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of his divine spirit. This meant that the matter was serious. This was a sign that he was completely dead. Moreover, his divine spirit had been destroyed, and he was beyond redemption. Jie Dan's divine spirit wailed loudly. Soul liquid flowed out of his body as if it was free. Ancestor. You are my ancestor. If you want to die, don't die in my place. How do you want me to explain this? If that evil god ancestor sees you like this, I don't know what he will think. This is going to take my life. Heavens, earth, don't play with me like this. Save me. The tribulation divine soul's current state of mind was fully reflected in the last 3 words, following which, with another sound, another body fell from the sky. This time it was a woman. This woman was an outstanding beauty. Even in this situation, Jie Dan's divine spirit still felt that she was breathtaking. But unfortunately, she was also not breathing. Her divine spirit was also gone. She was also a corpse, the kind that couldn't be more dead. What a pity! Jie Dan's divine spirit clicked his tongue repeatedly. Such a beauty, but there's actually someone who is willing to destroy her. What a bastard! What did you say? A voice said with some surprise. Oh, so it's you. I didn't expect you to really cultivate Jie Dan's divine spirit. Not bad, not bad. Really not bad. Although there's one more, it doesn't matter. Jie Dan's divine spirit's hair stood on end. He turned around like a whirlwind. Not far behind him, he saw a white-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. He was looking at him with a gentle smile. Oh, heavens! Jie Dan's divine spirit sat down on the ground. With a paw sound, his eyes exploded and turned into 2 clouds of black smoke. This was really too unexpected, too shocking. This white-robed man's face was gentle and elegant. He was wearing a long robe. His hair was as black as ink. His face was like jade. He had 3 strands of black beard on his chin. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, and his eyes were like shooting stars. He was really a talented person. In addition, his whole body exuded a very obvious, scholarly demeanor. He was really elegant, and people couldn't help but have a good impression of him. However, in front of such an amiable and nice person, Jie Dan's divine spirit was already scared out of his wits. Beep, 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 beep. Little brother. Jie Dan's divine spirit was so scared that he was stuttering. Beep, beep, beep. Emperor. Gee, that white-robed man sighed. It's really been hard on you. It's been so many years, and you actually still remember how I look like. How rare. Facing the person in question, the spirit of the calamity no longer had the arrogance he had when he was scolding Shui Leihan and the heavenly emperor of purple clouds in the morning. Instead, he lowered his voice and bowed with a fawning look on his face. Beep, beep, beep. Little brother, Lord Celestial Emperor's elegance is even greater than before. This is still fresh in my memory. I won't dare to forget even for the rest of my life. This white-robed man was undoubtedly Shui Leihan, the Emperor of the East. He nodded. With that amiable expression, he asked gently, Don't tell me you still hate me and want to take revenge on me? If so, this is a good opportunity. I'm really too busy. It's rare that I have time. Chapter 2096. Shui Leihan frowned. Why was this guy so obsequious? What was he talking about? They didn't match at all. What was he talking about? He remembered that this guy still had some strength of character when he was alive. Why did he seem like a different person now? He couldn't help but frown and ask, Are you really Mei Shongren? The divine spirit nodded and bowed. Yes, I am. The Celestial Emperor has a good memory. After all this time, you actually still remember my lowly name. The Celestial Emperor is wise and mighty, unparalleled in the world. Shui Leihan asked in confusion. Back then, you were already one of the top experts in the world. Although you died back then and became the divine soul of the tribulation today, the divine soul of the tribulation can still be cultivated. But why did you cultivate to the point where you don't even have a bit of backbone? I see that your cultivation isn't weak now either. It was impossible that cultivating would actually cause one to lose one's backbone. The divine spirit of the tribulation nodded and bowed, saying obsequiously, "What does this little bit of cultivation of mine count for? How can it catch the celestial emperor's eye? It's not worth mentioning. As for that backbone, I don't even have any bones now. What backbone do I have left? Besides, what use is backbone in front of the celestial emperor?" Shuel Leihan was exasperated. This guy was really direct. But even if he didn't have any bones, there shouldn't be such a huge change. He can even drag me into whether I have a backbone or not. Damn it. Could it be that you encountered some changes during this period? Shuel Leihan recalled what the divine spirit of the tribulation said when they first came in. He asked, "Oh, right. Why did you call this brother of mine a little ancestor?" The divine spirit of the tribulation trembled all over. Extreme shock and incomparable shock shot out from his eyes. Little brother? What? So this little ancestor was the little brother of His Majesty the East Emperor? A living ancestor. My dear ancestor. The divine spirit of the tribulation was stunned. You didn't think it was enough for you to trick me once. You still want to trick me a second time. Not only did you trick me when you were alive, you still want to trick me when you're dead. And it's even more ruthless than the last time. Speak, what exactly happened? Shuel Leihan asked. Calamity Kobe held the thought that nothing could be more sorrowful than death. So he decided to be a bachelor and murmured, "He came in this morning." Shuel Leihan understood at once. "That's nothing. Didn't he not die in your hands?" The spirit of the calamity instantly burst into tears. He had never expected Shuel Leihan to be so easy to talk to. A thought of a gentleman would die for his bosom friend arose in his mind. He said, "Lord Celestial Emperor, you are really wise and well-versed in worldly affairs. You are really too reasonable." Shuel Leihan was a little puzzled, but seeing that it was about time, he said, "Forget it. It's really too tiring to talk to you now. Now, go and walk around somewhere else. I'll treat my brother's injuries first. This place is a little quieter. I'll borrow it for a while, then I'll leave when I'm done." Yes. Feel free to use it. Please don't hesitate to use it." Tribulation's divine soul bowed gratefully and left at lightning speed. "That's great. I didn't expect the Emperor to be such a good person. Why didn't I realize it before? I actually scolded him previously. I really shouldn't have done that. But that little one was really too ruthless. He clearly had such an extremely powerful bodyguard, and he was actually sworn brothers with the East Emperor. This background. Oh my God, what kind of person is this? This kind of person came in pretending to be weak and small, and almost made the old man vanish in a puff of smoke. Even a person who pretended to be weak and pretended to be weak wouldn't be as ruthless and thorough as you. Shuel Leihan arranged Chu Yang and Tai Batian side by side. He shook his head and sighed. "What a pair of fools. Sai, so cute. I like it, I admire it." So, ever since Tai Batian was snatched away, Shuel Leihan had been following everything that happened here. He saw everything that happened. It was only until Chu Yang said, "With my heart," that he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He intervened and brought the two of them over. If Shuel Leihan wasn't confident, how could he allow Chu Yang to die in front of him like this? Shuel Leihan knew Mo Qinggu. In the previous life, Shuel Leihan was a mutual friend of Mo Qinggu and Chu Yang, and a very good one at that. In the beginning, he also felt a little uncomfortable when Chu Yang became a little fickle. But after understanding the whole story, he felt relieved. Now that he saw Tai Batian die for Chu Yang with his own eyes, he finally completely accepted this brother-in-law of his. Looking at Chu Yang and shaking his head, Shuel Leihan smiled bitterly. It really wasn't easy to force you to use this move of with my heart. As he spoke, he grabbed Chu Yang's hand and placed it next to Tai Butian's. Their palms faced each other, and he murmured, "Before she died, she self-detonated the fifth supreme martial artist's sovereign chi. She was really determined to die. Forget it. I'll let this sister-in-law bask in your glory as well." Then he grabbed all the heaven-nourishing jade from the tribulation space. "I've prepared this for 10,000 years. It's finally time to use it. Brother, do you really think that the one who can mend the heavens on the path of 3 lives is your little lover? The consequences of misunderstanding the prophecy are still quite severe. Even if it's serious, there will be rewards for your efforts. Now, the rewards are here. The path of 3 lives mends the heavens. It's Tai Batian who mends your heavens. It's also a mutual mending of the heavens. You used a man's responsibility to mend her path of 3 lives. She used her steel-like true feelings and the sovereign chi of a human emperor to make up for your previous inadequacies. She forcefully reversed your own path of 3 lives. This is what it means to mend the heavens on the path of 3 lives. A plan has been laid out for 10,000 years. The heaven-nourishing jade is like this, and so is Tai Batian. Even the great miracle medicine is like this. Everything is to mend your heavens." With a light smile, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom. The moment this jade bottle was taken out, the divine spirit of the tribulation, who was already very far away, looked over in astonishment. Inside, this jade bottle was still in a state where it hadn't been opened yet, but it was already releasing an unusually strong spiritual energy, causing this quiet realm of the divine source to be stirred up for a moment. What kind of treasure was this? It actually had such an amazing effect. When that expert left behind the tribulation sword that day, he also left behind this heaven and earth creation pill. Xue Leihan was somewhat reluctant to part with it. He stared at it for a long time. "Brother, if not for the fact that I really can't afford to offend him, I would have eaten this heaven and earth creation pill long ago. It's better to give it to myself than to give it to anyone else. Sigh, but it's also not bad that I can keep this bottle. At least I didn't work for nothing." Xue Leihan sighed. He opened the bottle reluctantly and poured out a snow-white and round pill. The moment the pill was taken out, it instantly emitted a gentle white light. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire realm of the divine source suddenly surged over like a tsunami. It gathered here and rushed into the pill without any regard for its life. The speed at which the spiritual energy gathered was so fast that it actually drew out a clear shadow in the void, letting out a sharp whistle. In the distance, the white bones all over the ground collapsed. The bones that were originally undamaged for 10,000 years were all turned into fine powder at this moment. The spiritual energy howled and turned into a wild dragon that swept across the heavens and the earth. It rushed toward the heaven and earth creation pill madly, and the small heaven and earth creation pill actually turned into an ocean that could contain hundreds of rivers at this moment, swallowing all the spiritual energy that swept over. Seeing this sudden change, as the person involved, Xue Leihan was also greatly shocked. In the past, only pills were taken out to emit spiritual energy, but this was the first time he saw a pill that actually gathered spiritual energy after being taken out. In the blink of an eye, the majestic spiritual energy that had been accumulated in the realm of the divine source for hundreds of thousands of years had already thinned by at least half. After that pill absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy, it became even more white and sparkling. It actually seemed as if there were mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars rotating inside, vivid and lifelike. It's really good stuff, as expected of the heaven and earth creation pill. After having it for so many years, I still have to give it to the fated person in the end. Sigh. Xue Leihan didn't dare to delay. As he grumbled, he pinched open Chu Yang's chin and placed this one and only heaven and earth creation pill into Chu Yang's mouth. Then he sat down cross-legged and pressed a hand against Chu Yang's back, waiting for the pill to take effect. Poof! Suddenly, a very strange sound came from Chu Yang's stomach. Then, Shuel Leihan discovered to his surprise that the big hole in Chu Yang's chest, that fatal wound, had mysteriously disappeared just like that. Where the wound was originally, the skin was smooth and tender. It's really effective. Shuel Leihan praised from the bottom of his heart. Then he saw that Chu Yang's body was emitting a fluorescent white light. That white light seemed to be jumping around like flames. The white light gradually extended along Chu Yang's body and slowly extended to Tai Buqian's body. The wound on Tai Buqian's body also healed in an instant, leaving no traces behind. The next moment, the white light became even brighter and even enveloped Shuel Leihan. Shuel Leihan only felt that his body was actually purified by this white light at this moment. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This white light can actually purify even my body. Shuel Leihan knew that his body and cultivation, to put it bluntly or honestly, had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly imperial court. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his body was indestructible for eternity. Not to mention purifying his body, just to let his blood and qi circulate for one more cycle, was also a rare and miraculous medicine in the Heaven Imperial Court. And this medicinal pill was actually able to completely purify even his own body. This was equivalent to opening up the path to the great Tao for him. I'm basking in Chu Yang's limelight. The next moment, Chu Yang's meridians that had clearly been solidified earlier suddenly started to roll like lava from a volcano. They kept bulging outwards. And the same thing was happening to Tai Buqian's body. The next moment, with a loud bang, the meridians in both of their bodies shattered at the same time, until they couldn't be any more shattered. Chapter 2097. A majestic white light traveled between the two people's bodies at an extremely fast speed, following the old path. It traveled through the path at an unimaginably fast speed. Then, Shuel Leihan realized that the two people's meridians that were previously completely destroyed had actually been repaired. It's indeed the heaven and earth creation pill. It really has the ability to steal the creation of heaven and earth. It's really impressive. Shuel Leihan was so shocked that he was speechless. Indeed, if it's not a spirit medicine that steals the creation of heaven and earth, how can it be called the heaven and earth creation pill? It lives up to its name and lives up to its name. Creation. I've also finally understood a little of the true meaning of the word creation. Just as his meridians were reconstructed, Chu Yang's cultivation that had originally dissipated actually reappeared, once again turning into a turbulent flow of air and traveling through his meridians. This change was even more shocking. In the path of cultivation, one's cultivation would be lost when the body died. This was originally the law of heaven and earth. Shuel Leihan had previously judged that the heaven and earth creation pill's ability to bring the dead back to life was already a miracle. But he had never expected that this pill's miraculous effect was not only that, but also that it could actually restore one's cultivation. Thump, thump, thump. The two people's hearts that had long stopped beating suddenly started beating again, and it was an abnormally healthy and strong beating. The white light dissipated abruptly, turning into a torrential spiritual energy that surged through Chu Yang's body. Although it was also moving according to a fixed path, such a huge amount of energy was enough to make Chu Yang explode more than 10 times. 100 times. A few hundred times. Shuel Leihan let out a soft cry. His abnormally rich cultivation slowly flowed out, helping Chu Yang temporarily resist this torrential spiritual energy, allowing it to be injected into Chu Yang's body in an orderly manner. No wonder that mighty person wanted to leave the pill in my hands. So this is the reason. In the heavenly imperial court, there are only a few people who can resist such a huge amount of medicinal energy. Making use of people is indeed thorough, making the best use of everything and people. Xue Leihan pondered as he circulated his energy. As for why it can only be used after 10,000 tribulations have collapsed, I'm afraid it's because of the word creation, Xue Leihan pondered as he channeled his energy. Slowly, he realized that the medicinal effects were once again the opposite of ordinary medicinal effects. Generally speaking, the medicinal effects of elixirs would at most be great, but the more they were used, the lesser the medicinal effects would be. However, this heaven and earth fortune pill defied common sense once again. Its power was getting stronger and stronger, and it was continuously pouring into Chu Yang's dantian. As a result, the pressure on Chu Yang's dantian was also getting bigger and bigger. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild for a moment, and started to circulate his martial power with all his might. Judging from the current situation, if he didn't go all out, he might even get hit by the enormous medicinal power in a certain corner of the realm of God Source. Looking at the drastic change in the scene, the Calamity soul wanted to cry, but had no tears. More than half of the spiritual energy in the place where he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years had suddenly disappeared. How was he going to live in the future? This injured fellow was indeed a jinx. He seems to be the bane of my existence. The moment Chu Yang closed his eyes, he clearly felt that he was rapidly being pulled out of his body. He had completely lost all sense, perception, and connection with the entire world. Then he realized that he seemed to have seen a lot of people in that instant. He saw Wu Qianqian, who was bawling loudly. He saw Emo Qingguo, and even said goodbye to her. He saw Zi Xieching, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He even went to the lower 3 heavens to take a look. Then he went to the upper 3 heavens to take a look. Other than that, he also saw countless people. It didn't matter if they were related to him. He just saw them, then he realized that he seemed to be completely unable to move. His entire body, or rather his consciousness, was wrapped in a ball of light that was filled with starlight. He was floating and couldn't go up or down. Chu Yang was puzzled. Why does this seem to be different from the previous time? What's going on? Isn't the consequence of using the myriad tribulations technique to destroy one's spirit and soul and completely turn into ashes? Why does it seem like I still have consciousness? Could it be that I've been reborn again? But this situation doesn't seem to be the case. Then he noticed that the ball of starlight rippled, and a graceful figure walked in. She had beautiful eyebrows, phoenix eyes, rosy cheeks, black hair like clouds, and exquisite curves. She was so beautiful that she could topple a city, and it was difficult to describe. She was peerless and peerless. It was Tai Butian. Why are you here? Chu Yang was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, he was already dead, the kind that was completely dead. Now, he should only be a dissipating soul body. There was a possibility that his spirit and soul would be completely destroyed at any time. This was the inevitable consequence of using the myriad tribulations technique. Although Chu Yang was unwilling to accept this result, he could still face it calmly. After all, he had saved the person he loved. But Tai Butian was also here. Didn't that mean that it seemed like he was the one who had died? Chu Yang. The moment Tai Butian saw Chu Yang, she instantly dashed over in surprise and hugged him tightly. Husband, you're not here anymore. I'm scared. How can I get used to a world without you? Chu Yang never expected that the domineering empress who had always appeared as a strong woman, who had once controlled the world, who could turn the world upside down with a wave of her hand, who could make the world tremble with a command, who could infuriate her beauty, would actually say something like this one day. Scared. Was there anyone or anything in this world that Tai Butian was scared of? It didn't seem to exist. Chu Yang sighed. You killed yourself? Just like that. Tai Butian didn't speak. She only looked at him affectionately, her eyes dazed and unblinking. There was actually an indescribable sense of relief and joy in her heart. It turned out that one could really be reunited after death. It's great that I've seen him again. Silly girl. Chu Yang held her in his arms and sighed softly. Tai Butian smiled and lay quietly in Chu Yang's broad embrace. There was a look of infinite satisfaction on her face. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything else. At the same time, it was also completely useless and meaningless. In reality, Tai Butian had committed suicide for him this time. Chu Yang was also extremely touched and heartbroken about this. To most people in this world, living and dying together was always just a sentence. It was just a simple sentence. In fact, from a certain perspective, this sentence was just a formality. There were simply too many people in this world who had said the sentence before. This was especially true when men and women made solemn vows of undying love to each other when they were deeply in love. The frequency of the sentence being used was even more extreme. But how many people could really do it? Tai Butian had never said anything like this to Chu Yang before. But today, she had skipped this process and directly done it. Other than you, I don't want anything else. Other than you, I can even abandon this entire world. A world without you is no longer worth my lingering feelings. Moreover, the current Tai Butian had completely abandoned all her reservations and everything about herself. She had become a lovable and clingy young lady who was immersed in her lover's embrace. She was simply enjoying the bliss of being together with him. Although they were both in soul form, Tai Butian was already very satisfied to be able to hug him like this, even though she didn't know how long this hug could last. In any case, it was enough. You came very quickly back then. He didn't have time to humiliate me. Although she felt that it was a little too late to say all this now, Tai Butian still said it. Even if I'm dead, even if I'm just a soul, even if I'm about to dissipate, I want him to know that I'm clean. From head to toe, from beginning to end, I only belong to you alone. I know all about it. Chu Yang smiled. Although this guy was lustful, you always had a way to delay him. If it were me, you wouldn't be so lucky. Tai Butian's face flushed red. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Pooh, is there anyone in this world who's more lustful than you? I really regret it. Why was I so foolish as to sacrifice myself for you? If I was given another chance, Chu Yang's expression turned dim. I'm the one who dragged you down. Tai Butian's expression changed drastically. Her face turned as pale as paper. She said in an extremely anxious and trembling voice, I was joking just now. I was really joking just now. It's just that I just wanted to anger you a little. Really? Chu Yang turned around instantly and chuckled. I was also joking. How could you bear to leave me? Tai Butian's face turned from pale to red. She buried her head in Chu Yang's arms and refused to raise her head again. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, Tian, there's no one else here anyway. Since both of us are already dead and our souls might completely dissipate in the next moment, why don't we try dual cultivation? No matter what the outcome is, at least one wish has been fulfilled. Tai Butian couldn't suppress her embarrassment at once. However, she said gently, You're my husband. Of course, you have the final say in this matter. Chu Yang, I'll listen to everything you say. Whatever you say, it'll be done. Chu Yang perked up and was about to start. If he wanted to do it, he'd do it. Time would pass by in seconds. Aren't you worried about them at all? Tai Butian suddenly asked. Chu Yang was stunned. He subconsciously stopped what he was doing. There was a hint of melancholy on his face that couldn't be concealed. He said, Of course I'm worried. But is there any use in worrying? Tai Butian also fell silent. Yes, was there any use in worrying now? After all, they were already dead. Seeing the melancholy on Chu Yang's face, Tai Butian said with heartache, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. No. Chu Yang said indifferently, It's because of me. The word sorry should be said by me. No matter what, it shouldn't be said by you. When a man marries a woman, he has the obligation to take good care of her and make her happy. This is a man's responsibility in the first place. It's because I'm too weak to protect all of you. This is all my fault. What has it got to do with you? Chu Yang sighed deeply. I'm a man. Tai Butian looked at him in a daze. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Man. Before this, the word man was just a common concept in people's minds. But now, Tai Butian finally understood what exactly the word man implied. It turned out that a word that could be casually said actually carried such a heavy weight. If one were to measure it according to such standards, then how many men in the world would be worthy of her? Chapter 2098. Xue Leihan sighed softly. In a flash, he appeared in the sky above Xia City, at General Lan's military camp. Lord East Sovereign's sudden appearance shocked General Lan and all the generals in the tent. After everyone paid their respects, Xue Leihan dismissed all the generals, leaving only General Lan alone. I have urgent matters to attend to and need to return to the palace immediately. Xue Leihan said softly, You have to watch over this place. Yes, General Lan was stunned. Only now did he know that His Majesty had been here all this while. Luckily, he didn't act rashly. Your Majesty, if Mo Yuntian comes, what should we do? General Lan asked. Xue Leihan said lightly, You only have to remember one thing. This is the Eastern Royal Heaven. Yes, General Lan took a deep breath. He already understood His Majesty's meaning. If Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin comes personally, what should I do? General Lan asked again. After all, Mo Yuntian coming was different from Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin coming personally. The treatment was naturally different too. This is the Eastern Royal Heaven. Xue Leihan's voice was still light. This answer was obviously the same as before, but the domineering aura it contained made General Lan's heart skip a beat. If Yuan Tianji doesn't come, you can act according to the situation. If Yuan Tianji comes personally, and I can't make it back in time, you can act according to your discretion. Xue Leihan's eyes flashed coldly. Acting according to the situation and acting according to the situation were two completely different concepts. Great General Lan undoubtedly understood this point. Yes, even if it is, don't go overboard. Yes. Xue Leihan frowned. After a long time, he said, As long as it's possible, I'll rush back as soon as possible. General Lan made a sound of agreement, but huge waves surged in his heart for a long time. His Majesty actually wanted to participate in this dispute too? Didn't this indicate that there was a high chance that his side wouldn't be able to resist? In other words, a huge war was about to break out between Mo Yuntian and the Eastern Royal Heaven? In history, as long as two heavenly emperors really went against each other, it would be a war between the two worlds. Such a battle had only happened once in the history of the heavens. That time, the two worlds fought until the sky was red. Could it be that His Majesty was really determined to go to war? But why? General Lan was confused. It seemed that His Majesty East Sovereign and Heavenly Emperor in Cloud didn't have any deep enmity. Although there were some conflicts back then, it seemed that he joined forces with Heavenly Emperor Purple Firmament, Zi Hao, to beat up Yuan Tianji. They didn't suffer any losses. Why would they start a war this time? General Lan's doubts were destined not to be answered, at least for the time being, because Xue Leihan had already left. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared without a trace. Great General Lan's heart trembled, and he immediately passed down the order. Cancel all leave for all personnel and prepare for war. However, before Xue Leihan left, he did mention that he wanted him to help Chu Yang. It wasn't that Dong Huang didn't want to mention it, but that he couldn't. Xue Leihan would also have his own concerns. If he directly instructed Great General Lan to focus on someone, the nature of this battle would completely change, and it would be disadvantageous to Chu Yang instead. Or rather, this action would attract the attention of some people. He only knew that Great General Lan would definitely understand what he meant. For hundreds of thousands of years, General Qilan had never let him down. The East Emperor Xue Leihan was undoubtedly a wise man. But even a wise man would make a mistake, because this time, Great General Lan just didn't understand it. He only knew that His Majesty the East Emperor was determined to start a war with Mo Yuntian. This made Great General Lan, who was already extremely warlike, feel his blood boil. He didn't care about Chu Yang at all. Perhaps in the eyes of Great General Lan, although Chu Yang was the target of this incident and also the target of Mo Yuntian's operation. But when it came to identity, the most important identity he had was just Yen Russian's little friend, or at most a brother who had similar interests. How could he be worthy of too much attention? At least, he wasn't worthy of Great General Lan's attention, much less the East Emperor's. It was just that Great General Lan would never have dreamed that the East Emperor's arrangements today were all because of this small character Chu Yang. If he could protect Chu Yang, then the two great worlds wouldn't have to go to war. On the other hand, if he couldn't protect Chu Yang, Xue Leihan would definitely declare war on Mo Yuntian first. Chu Yang was already Xue Leihan's last hope, and also a great trust that Xue Leihan definitely didn't dare to neglect. If Mo Yuntian really destroyed this hope, Xue Leihan would definitely not hesitate to fight. He would rather die together with Mo Yuntian and make Mo Yuntian pay the heaviest price. But Great General Lan was ignorant of all this. Xue Leihan left, and at the same time, he took away Chu Yang's greatest reliance. Chu Yang was equally ignorant of all this. But this wasn't a big deal, because Chu Yang had never counted on Xue Leihan to help him. He only knew that he had to use his own strength to get through this crisis. After all, only his own strength was the most solid and reliable reliance. And now, Chu Yang was already in the city lord's residence, trying to obtain the thing that he had been dreaming of since he arrived at the heavenly palace. This time, the city lord's reception could be said to be extremely courteous. He couldn't help but be courteous, because Chu Yang had already become a person that the city lord absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Not to mention anything else. Just any one of those high-ranking subordinates of his could casually give the city lord a small blow, and the city lord wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Divine Dr. Chu, ha ha ha, Brother Chu, I'm honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. The city lord came out to greet him enthusiastically. Well, today is the last treatment for Big Brother. After this, Big Brother's ability will be completely stabilized. At the very least, there won't be any problem for the next few decades. If you take good care of it and don't squander it excessively, I believe that there won't be any problem for hundreds of years, or even ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed. Really? That's great. I'll have to rely on you for this. Originally, the city lord was somewhat uneasy in his heart, but when he saw Chu Yang's amiable demeanor, he let go of his worries and poured out his grievances. Brother, you don't know, these past few months have been really unbearable. I have never seen such a grand scene in more than half of my life. Now they're right in front of me, and I can't afford to offend any of them. The city lord chattered on. Chu Yang listened with a smile, and didn't have the slightest impatience. To be honest, he really understood the city lord's feelings. The official position of city lord and the desolation and remoteness of Xixia City destined that the city lord's situation wouldn't be the same. In the past, even if he saw a heaven-level expert, he would have to ponder and think carefully. Recently, he suddenly saw so many ridiculously high-level experts, so high that it was completely beyond his knowledge, and almost all the super sects had gathered in his territory. How could he not be flustered? It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't flustered. Oh, right, Brother Chu, do you still remember the Hua clan? The city lord smiled mysteriously. How can I not remember? We have some history between us. A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. How could he not remember the Hua clan of Jiangdong? It was this guy who got the treasure map of the God Source realm, which could be said to be the fuse of this soul-suppressing stone incident, and they had once framed him in every possible way and tried to assassinate him several times. When he had the chance, he would naturally settle the score. However, with his current strength, wouldn't it be too much of a bully if he went to look for their family? What a dilemma! Just a few days ago, there was a battle outside the city. The two sides of the battle were a group of Jianghu gangs, and they intercepted another group of people. I sent people out to investigate, and it turned out that the Hua clan was attacked, and they suffered heavy casualties. So I drove the bandits away and brought them back. However, the experts of the Hua clan of Jiangdong have all died in this battle, and the few who survived are all injured, the city lord said. Oh, Chu Yang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Hua family of the river east only exists in name after this battle. The experts of the family have been killed or injured. There's no chance for them to rise again. The fourth master of the Hua family, whom you and I had dealt with before, was lucky enough to preserve his life, but one of his hands and one of his legs were chopped off. The city lord said indifferently, I had heard that he had sent someone to assassinate you. Now, as long as you say the word, everyone in the Hua clan will be beheaded in an instant, and no one will be left alive. Chu Yang closed his eyes and was silent for a while. Suddenly he smiled and shook his head lightly. Big brother, if I'm in my current position, don't you think it's a little beneath me to make things difficult for fourth Master Hua? The city lord smiled. Brother Chu's words have touched my heart. Indeed, at Chu Yang's current level, if he still insisted on making things difficult for a small character like fourth Master Hua, it would really make others think that he was too narrow-minded and didn't have a big vision. In the end, what was fourth Master Hua? In fact, what was the entire Hua clan worth? The Hua clan of Jiangdong had been developing for thousands of years, but it was still just a small clan. But Chu Yang's hard work in less than half a year had already shaken the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The power he possessed was enough to destroy any large sect that wasn't a super sect. Between the two, there was no comparison at all. Even finding trouble with the Hua clan was an action that lowered one's status. If the Hua clan wasn't so unlucky, it would be reasonable for Chu Yang to find trouble with them. But now that they had fallen to the extreme, what was the point of stepping on them again? Now, let's treat Big Brother's injuries first. Chu Yang began to prepare those things. As for those people from the Hua clan, let them fend for themselves. The city lord nodded. Brother, you're magnanimous. You're right.